I think it's probably recording us going like this.
Let's just start the show like that.
Yeah, it is. I just listened to that when you were live. All right, we got rolling a little bit late. We had to clear the air and a few things. I am going to try to hold it together, everybody, tonight. Without if you follow me on the Facebooks, you know I'm having a not the best day of my life ever. But yeah, I mean, so I thought about not having the show tonight, but I was just like, I just needed to, like, you know, I can't break the Wednesday tradition. I mean,
yeah, you could always cut it early if it starts to get tough. Otherwise, we're here. I'm
fine.
here till midnight, and everyone else will be here until like 4 a.m. So
I'm just tired, is all. But
I can imagine.
So we're here. I would like to say this before we get into grievances or anything like that. I ordered pizza from Casey's this past weekend.
Oh no, is that
the order went perfectly fine.
Wow.
When I got there, they were cutting up the last pizza, so everything was warm. The side orders that we ordered were perfectly exactly what we wanted.
Unbelievable.
So I mean,
Is this the one that screwed up last time?
This is the one that
screwed up the last
like
27 times. Yes.
Yeah. Why do you keep going back?
Because they have a very good
taco pizza, right?
Taco pizza, but they actually didn't have the taco pizza, but they actually have a very good what's the word I'm looking for here? They have a very good breakfast pizza. I don't know if you ever had breakfast pizza.
Like a bacon, egg, and cheese pizza?
Yeah, the bacon, egg, and cheese pizza, where like they don't use a pizza sauce, they use like a cheese sauce instead.
Yeah, like bechamel or something like that. Yeah, good stuff.
Yeah, but theirs, it has bacon, it has breakfast sausage, and you can then I add like green peppers and onions to it, so it's kind of like a California
like a scramble or something.
Yeah, California scramble type of thing.
That doesn't sound bad. I would do that bacon, sausage, and egg pizza. That sounds pretty good, actually.
But yeah, so yeah, I mean, it's just like, so we had that going on. But anyway, I ordered. The food is good. There was lots of leftover pizza, which I shared some of it with Reggie as a nice meal between the two of us, because I knew that time was short. But that's okay. She's not in pain anymore, and I miss my dog. It was not fair to her to make her suffer so I wouldn't feel lonely. So it was a rough day. If you've been through it, you know that it is really tough to say goodbye. And,
absolutely. Why don't we have a small moment of silence for Reggie?
All right. I think that's all I need. Anyway, anybody play any games recently?
I got a big ass Kickstarter in this week. Dice Thrones Adventures showed up at my doorstep, and I completely forgot about that game. Like my backlog is kind of thinned out now, so that I'm not expecting.
Wait, time out. Barry, are you leveling your level?
Checking it.
You know, there's these ones that have the laser now. You don't have to worry about a little bubble.
Well, you don't need skill with a laser. What are you going to do when the technology fails?
And
it always fails.
You get run over by a train.
And hire somebody that knows how to do it that way.
Well.
So Dice Throne Adventures showed up. Big ass box. Interesting. I'm excited to check it out at some point in the future. It basically takes the Dice Thrones game and turns it into a co-op Diablo kind of style dungeon crawl for loot, and it looks cool. And I've always been a fan of Dice Thrones, so now I've got the season 1 and season 2 bundles with the Dice Throne Adventures minis and stuff all pre-painted, which is awesome. So I'm excited to check this game out. It was I had completely forgot about it in my various backlog of stuff, so I got to checkbox another one now. The number of bad Kickstarters is getting so small now that I barely will be able to talk about it anymore.
I got okay, so if you've watched this show for a long time, you know the backstory on this. So and again, I'll say this, and this is something where
this is going to be a good one. Everyone,
no.
When you start out with let me just say this: it's always a good story.
Okay, so Tainted Grail, right? Was Kickstarter from what, 2 years ago now?
Yeah.
And so they ran it. I backed it. I gave them whatever it was, $300 or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it was completely my fault that I forgot to go in and finalize my order, pay the shipping, so I could get my Wave 1 rewards, right? I missed it by like 2 days. I sent Awakened Realms an email saying, hey, I missed this by 2 days. All I got to do is pay you for shipping. It's like $29. Can I still get it? And they were like, no, we can't. You know, it's locked down now. You know, there's nothing we can do. And I was like, okay, you know, that stuff happens, you know, whatever, you know, that kind of thing. So I had to wait until Wave 2 got delivered. So I finally got my stuff that I gave them like $300 for like a couple of years ago. I finally got it now, which is fine. And I'm going to say this right now. They have a set date. Like back when I used to deliver pizzas, I used to say, people used to call us up and say, oh, I live at this address. And we used to say, well, you live too far south for us. We don't deliver to you. And they'd be like, well, like, you know, it's like, where's your cutoff? And like, well, your cutoff is here. Well, that's only like 2 blocks. Can't you extend it 2 more blocks? And I was like, I always say, well, if I expend it 2 more blocks and the person who lives 2 blocks further south than you is going to say, well, you expended it that 2 blocks. Why can't you? And eventually, where does the line? You have to draw a line somewhere. You have to. And I said, look, you can drive to that road. I'll be happy to, like, you know, bring you a pizza there. And there was a guy who actually did that, who lived way out of town. And we actually gave him one of our bags, right? You know, so you drive the pizza to him. He'd come there with our pizza bag, and you just put the pizza in his pizza bag so the pizza would stay warm on the way home for him. But anyway, I'm getting a little beyond myself here. So I get it. They say you need your order in by this day. We can't help you. Well, now that like I do the pledge manager stuff and I do game found for our pledge manager stuff, I know they could have just let me do it. I mean, it's just like, it was one of those things where they could have just said, you know what, here, we'll find, because I know how Game Found works and I know how the pledge manager works. They could have just said, okay, here, just go in there, pay the money, and we'll open it up for a brief second for you and you can do it. Because I've done it for people. I've done it for people that have missed out on the thing. So they definitely could have. They just chose not to. And because they chose not to, I waited another year for my game. And now I got this giant box that's like, you know, it was like, you know, the box is probably 4 feet long and no, it was actually probably longer than that. It was probably like 5 feet long and like 2.5 feet tall, like with all the stuff that came that I got in it. And it was just like, which was like everything. Yeah. And I have like 0 interest in playing it now.
Yeah, I only got the base pledge. I'd gotten it secondhand. I'd missed that Kickstarter. And I'm hoping the people I got the base pledge from are also getting the rest of it. If not, I'm going to be checking for that stuff secondhand to see if it's. I mean, I want to play. I was hoping to play my base pledge by the time this stuff hits, so I know if it's worth getting the rest of it. But because I've heard it's a great game, but I've not played it yet because you really need.
Well, it's a big story game. I mean, I've had multiple people tell me it's amazing, right? But it's like, I know full well I'm never going to play it. I'm never going to play. I mean, I got everything. I got the mat, I got the coins, I got the miniatures, you know, I mean, it's just like, and it's one of those things where it's like, I asked one of my buddies if he wanted to buy it, you know, and I was willing to give him like, you know, I was willing to sell it to him at like, you know, 60, 70% off, you know, and just like, I got $300 in it. I was like, give me $200, you can have it. And he was going to buy it. And he's like, you know, I better not. I still have, he's like, I still have 100 games I bought from you I haven't played. So why would I add another thing to it? So,
right.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's just, yeah, I mean, it was one of those things where it's like, I got it and I was like, hey, look, it's a giant box. And I was like, yay. Like
there
a
wasn't
year,
so much to ship.
If I had gotten it at the time, I probably would have been way more excited, right? You know,
yeah.
So
if it wasn't so much to pack it up and ship it, I'd consider buying yours at that price, but it would be another $30 to ship it on top of that. So I'll think about it if you still have it. Yeah, if you still have it.
Well, don't you already have the base game? What would
I
you
have the base pledge,
game?
but I'm sure I could turn the base pledge to compensate for some of that. So
I got you.
You know what I'm saying? If I could flip the base pledge for 100, 150, then that would cover a good chunk of yours, which comes with everything. So Yeah, I'll think about it. Let me know if you still got it in a week or two, and maybe I'll see about how much it'd cost to ship it to me.
Can do.
Can do.
Hey, Forrest.
What's up?
What's your new crazy scheme?
What algorithm did you figure out this time?
No crazy screen, just hitting the grindstone on the thumbnails. Actually, you know what? I do have a mini crazy science experiment I'm doing, which is that. So I do this Kickstarter critiques every day, but I'm gonna start backing each one for $1, which I had to run by my wife because that's $50 a week, $50 around $50 a month because sometimes they won't let you back just $1. But then I'm going to post in the comments and be like, hey, I'm covering this if anyone's interested in talking about it. And today I had 10 people on my 2:00 stream at one point, which was my most I've ever had at one of those streams. So good initial success, and hopefully it'll continue onward. Grant, I covered $1 million game today, so that's going to drive some interest. But
what game is that?
At Primal: The Awakening. It looks cool. I think their beginning video is a bit generic, but I mean, it looks like Monster Hunter the game pretty much, which is odd considering they announced Monster Hunter the game like just a couple hours ago. Steam Forge did. I don't know if those two are connected, but yeah, it raised 1.6 at like 2 this afternoon at least, and it's got like a gigantic mini, and it looks like a generic level up, get armor on your dude, get a special axe, beat up monsters cooperative style game, but it looks cool. 1,200 cards, which was absurd but awesome.
I don't know. You lost me at Steam Forged. I've not played a game from them that really captivated me.
Oh, this isn't them. This is a different company. This is
okay.
Reggie Games. But the big thing, I should probably not bury the lead here. Big thing was the initial pledge was $168. Like, that's the core.
Yeah.
The core is $168. Plus, it had shipping. And I honestly, I was doing the critique, and I was like, it feels like you're trying to hide the price. And it's like, I kind of see why you're trying to hide the price. But now that they've raised $1.5 million, I think they need to lean into that price. Slap that bad boy in the front. People be like, what? $168 game and people are buying this shit? Like, make it get like a Kingdom Death Monster style vibe where it's like, I don't want to miss out on this. Wow. Because, with that sort of buzz, I think, yeah, it's a really interesting one. But the game itself it looks good. I mean, it looks good.
Yeah, I felt the pinch today back to Castles of Mad King Ludwig, and to get stretch goals and the giant colossal size version of it, it's like $170. So that hurt.
I'm excited. I'm checking that one out tomorrow. I'm excited to look at it.
I don't know if I'm keeping my pledge. I backed it, but it's going to be one of those game time decisions because I love Castles. It's really, really great. It's probably my favorite Bezier game, but man, I mean,
it's a lot.
It's a lot, and it's a very blinged out version of it, but damn, I mean, is it worth $170 blinged out? I don't know.
It's I will say one really cool part about doing these is I'm starting to get like copies of stuff, like, because I do electronics on the weekend too, and one of the electronics I did was like, yeah, we'll ship you one out so you can review it and unbox it, and I was like, score.
There you go.
What piece of electronics was that?
This was it was actually pretty dang cool. It's a mat. It's a keyboard mat with a wireless charger in the upper left-hand corner. And, I mean, it has a wireless charger. It's a keyboard mat. It's clean. I mean, you put papers underneath it. It looks cool. It didn't blow my pants off, but I was still excited.
Didn't blow my pants off by Bauer's Game Corner.
That's a long list. That's a long list.
Yeah. Indeed.
I didn't know that was the parameter we were going for.
Man.
So we should, while we only have a small group, we should do our Kickstarter Hall of Shame. It's been a while since we've updated that.
It has been a while since we updated that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got to pull mine up, of course.
I can go first then because I've already.
I haven't updated mine in a while either, so I might need to backwards mass compatible them or whatever.
Yeah. So again, leading the front on my Kickstarter wall.
Airlines.
Golden age of aviation. Still never heard anything from him. Who said he was going to do good by his backers?
Oh, he's gone.
He's gone. He has hauled ass with the money and is never going to fulfill that game.
Oh, so, that money's been gone forever.
Golden Egg, I hope you are rotten. Second on the list is A Dog's Life. They also kept telling backers through their social media that they were coming out with the game this Christmas, coming out with the game last Christmas, coming out with the game the Christmas before. They've released it internationally, but the U.S. backers have never seen the game. Probably never will.
Sounds like you got yourself a Christmas present for next year, Pete.
Yeah, sounds like it. Not. It was supposed to be a Christmas present for my daughter 3 years ago, but whatever. Street Fighter, the miniatures game, comes in third. Now they are actually about ready to start fulfillment. They have yet to still charge shipping on this, and I'm afraid this game's going to be freaking massive shipping charges. I don't know why they decided to do it where they didn't charge shipping until fulfillment instead of during the pledge manager, calculated all ahead of time. But yeah, so they're going to end up having to reopen the pledge manager to charge everyone shipping to then ship the game like 2 years after it was supposed to come out. So interesting way to run their pledge manager, Jasco. But that game is finally like on boats and on its way to the U.S. Hollywood Death Race is dead on arrival. They died from COVID. That whole company went under, so that game is not coming. And then the next one left on the list after that is Merchant's Cove, which I believe is starting to fulfill soon. I thought I'd seen an update where it got out before the Chinese New Year, or it's going to be shipping right after Chinese New Year. So Merchant's Cove is at this point only about 8 months behind. So I get the feeling we'll get that within that year, where I usually give everyone 6 months to a year. And then Magnate, the first city, which is supposed to have been October 2020, is now about 3 months late. Don't know anything about whether that's coming or not. That one's still same with Unsettled from Awaken Realms. Theirs was also October 2020. I haven't got an update in a while. And then everything else is looks like it's on time. I believe I'm looking down the list because they're not always in order. See, Rival Networks was supposed to be December, so they're within a month. I wouldn't call that late just yet. Everything else is 2021, so not late yet. So yeah, there's my list, and a couple of them I believe are going to be filling soon. So
it is weird that like we have all like stopped like. I think we've all stopped like jumping in both feet into these big giant Kickstarters. It's just like we've a common theme for us for like the last like 3-4 months has been talking about our collections and just how the stuff just doesn't get played, or you have overlap with friends. Mm-hmm. So it's like there's been very little reason to like purchase, like, oh, we both own this giant bear of a game, just kind of like, why did we both spend $400 on this, that kind of thing.
Yeah. I would say that the amount of games that I have backed that in the last 6 months would have been equivalent to like a good week a year ago, and that's how much I've calmed down now. Like my last 3 games I backed was an expansion for Atlantis Rising. It was $30. The Mariana Trench game that has shark in it for $35. Shark Feeding Frenzy for $29. And then the expansion for Western Legends. That's been it in like that's been since like October. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 games, and 3 of them are expansions. That's how little I've backed. And I'm currently backing Castles, and I don't know if I'm going to keep that or not. I'm like I said, that'll be a check my checking account and decide if I really feel $170 is worth the deluxe version of that game.
Yeah, and the thing is, I like Mad King Ludwig. I think the game's good, but I mean, I haven't played it in over a year. Mm-hmm. So it's like, why would I need a giant deluxe version of
this one's total FOMO. I play Mad King Ludwig maybe 6 or 8 times a year. I don't think I probably need this deluxe version to still enjoy it, but it did look freaking cool. I mean, it looks
No,
really.
I'll fully admit it looks cool, but I mean, I thought about pulling the trigger on it just because I don't own a copy. I've always played my friends' copies, right?
Yeah.
And it's just kind of like, oh, well, then I'd have a copy. But then I was also like, you know what? No, I don't need it. I mean, I mean, I've seen it for sale at my local game store multiple times, you know, like on their buy one, get one half off deals, or even like, you know, everything's 40% off deals, and I've never picked it up.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, obviously I didn't feel the need, you know, to get it anyway.
Well, if I end up keeping this pledge, I'll send you my copy because I won't need it.
Oh, well, there's that then.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so let's just get through mine. Starting off the list, of course, is Myth. Myth Journeyman. They, you know, like the people that took it over, they're basically their last update was back in August of 2020. I'm sure they've been hit hard by COVID, just like everybody else. You know, so they're just like the new company or whatever. It was like they can't nobody has like anything going on. You know, so just like, yeah, Ulysses, whatever, that company that picked it up, they've said repeatedly they will be happy to, everybody will get their stuff, everybody will get their minis, everybody will get their stuff, and you know, but I don't believe it. I don't think it's going to happen. But whatever. It'll remain. It has the Kickstarter has almost 45,000 comments on it, which is absolutely insane if you think about it. That 45. I mean, like, if we get over 1,000 comments on one of our things, we're like, holy cow, you know. I mean, it's just like, and I realize it, like, you guys get a ton with all the backers you have at Cool Mini or Not, but I mean, 45,000. That's just absolutely ridiculous. But then coming up next is the Lazy Gamer. Yeah, that's less said about that, the better. You know, they're gone. We'll be gone forever. Not really worried about it. A couple of RPG products that are long since done. I should just check the box so I don't even look at them anymore, because they're never gonna fulfill on those. People that said they're gonna write a book and deliver it and never did. And then there is one, though. There's this RPG called Shattered Tower, that they like promised that we would have our books before the end of 2020, and then ghosted. And then they posted something like a week after, like, and they're like, well, yeah, even I know we promised. They did an update where it's like, this is a hard promise. There's no way we're not going to do this for you. There's no way we're not going to, like, you know, it's like, this is, we're going to hold ourselves to the flame and make sure this happens. And then it was just like, you know, and that was like on October 13th, 2020. And then they on December 31st, 2020, they're like, yeah, it's not going to get done. Just like really I thought you were gonna airmail everybody the books like right now. And we'd all have them before 21. It's like yeah, just like yeah, they keep saying that they will get it done. You know, it's like you know, it's like, although these problems are real, the truth is our last update we committed an ETA. No, it wasn't an ETA estimate. It was this is going to happen. It was like, so I had a problem with that. It was like, expected for the end of 2020. We've tried, an embarrassment. We slightly failed, right? We're not making it, unfortunately. Dude who previously said and repeated motion, not the best conditions, but we're not at loss at sea yet, guys. Not at all. Really want to make it happen this time. You know, it's just like, so guess we should deliver the PDF finished layout during January. We're already collecting pricing and shipping quotations. So I guess I'll wait and see if we get the PDF of it, you know, before the for the end of the month. I guess that's my that's my awaiting of that. Which I'm not holding my breath either. You know, it's just like you. There's the tarot Goblinko cards, but again, that was due back in March of 2019. But that's the artist that suffered a stroke, and he is like just basically unable to draw. He's working through his
Mr.
rehabilitation.
Excuses.
Yeah, he's working through his rehabilitation. The one thing that kind of, I mean, and again, if he just can't do it, he just can't do it, right? I mean, that's nobody expected him to like have a stroke or anything like that. Nobody expected him to, that's just bad luck, right? But I'm also like they used to post something like every month, like clockwork, like saying, hey, here's where we're at, here's what's going on, here's what's happening, and they just haven't posted anything in quite a while. So maybe he took a turn for the worse, maybe, who knows. It's it's like, but that's fine. I mean, it's like his health is more important than any of those things. The one that was due back in January of 2019, this like Iscloft, which was this grim Viking fifth 5e campaign, the 5th edition D&D. Like back on January 6th, he came back and he said, I've sent everything to the printer. Like everybody had written him off, but he was like, I've sent everything to the printer, and they're going to start printing these off. So maybe I'll get that. Who knows? I'm not, once again, not holding my breath, but there's another one that was due in August 2019. That's another D&D book. Never gonna get it. Another D&D book. I mean, I should learn my lesson. Like, these people just don't know what they're doing, right? They just like small time publishers. Yeah, I can publish a book, and then they just never are able to pull it off. Then there was like the company that right around the same time as when Colossal got zapped, Stygian Fox Publishing. They got zapped at the same time as Colossal did, like for having way too many unfulfilled orders.
Kickstarter was cracking down right around that time.
Yeah, so basically I backed it for a book that was due back in June 2019, and they meticulously update it twice a month though. They're like all their updates are December update number 1, December update number 2, January update number 1. I'll get another we'll get another January update soon. One of those things where they will update those, and so they're at least staying in contact, right? Oh, here I can mark off Tainted Grail. So there we go, because I got it. There Yay! Ruin Masters, which was another RPG thing that was due in November of 2019, who they still have their late pledge open. They're like, basically on December 8th, they said, we are truly sorry to inform you of another delay. The printer can't start production of Ruin Masters this year, and they can't tell exactly when they can start next year. Due to COVID, the progress of projects don't follow the original plan, and things are running late. Not with only Ruin Masters, but with our other projects as well. Therefore, we have come to the conclusion to move productions of Ruin Masters to another printing firm. Hopefully, this will make faster delivery. Damn COVID, Riot Minds.
Wow.
just like,
really COVID under the bus there.
Yeah, I mean, cool. COVID. What did COVID do to you?
Yeah, just like, the people like me that backed that one, everybody was like, just like, so did you find another printing company? Did you, just like, people are like, yeah, I mean, whatever, I mean, I'm so beyond caring anymore, most of these. It's just like, if I get them, great. If I don't, whatever. Cthulhu Wars, the Daemon Sultan, which was like gonna be the last ever Cthulhu Wars expansion. They have had they've had nothing but problems with getting their, like, with COVID and with getting their the stuff actually printed and done. But they've been really good. Sandy Peterson Games has been very good that about telling everybody know, but they're also like they don't they don't see it, the production being like started before Chinese New Year, obviously. So, that's not going to show up anytime soon. Man, this is a lot of stuff. Sleeping Gods, but I've heard that is actually going to be a QML soon. The Ryan Lockett game.
Mm-hmm.
So that's good, right? Oathsworn Into the Deepwood. I forgot all about this one, honestly. And then I looked and I was like, oh, that's right. I did give him $300 for like the all in on this. Nice.
Lance has got like 20 grand floating out there in Kickstarter, and he has no idea where it's going to happen.
That's like, right. I chose to back this game instead of feeding my kids for a night. I forgot.
Shut up, Grant. I didn't. Welcome, Grant.
Thank you.
No. So I remember seeing that, and I was just like, and it doesn't look like they're anywhere close to being done. Like, because they're still like, hey, we're still getting samples, and we got to get this stuff tested and made, and we got to make sure we have this, and it's just kind of like, like the timeline update was. They still validating some of the molds. They're still waiting for artwork. Like what's this? It's like they're still writing the story behind the whole thing. Like they said something like, "Oh, we're going to have 21 chapters and 200,000 words." Then they realized that, like with all the stretch goals and everything, it's like it's going to take about 400,000 words to do the whole thing. And so they're trying to make giant flow charts and everything to like make things work. And there was a poll that was actually cool. It's like, do you want the combat resolved with dice or cards? And thank God dice won. I was just like, I did not back this game to play, because that was one of the things. It was like, it was supposed to be like a game of like buckets of dice, and I was like, oh, okay, I can get in on this, like doing cool seeing cool stuff and rolling buckets of dice, to resolve the combats. Then I was like, oh, because more people voted for cards, you don't get that game anymore. And it's just like, which is something. I will say this. Like when I worked for TMG, one of them said, well, they said, we aren't going to do polls. And I said, why wouldn't you do polls? And they basically said, because if you give people two options, you're going to disappoint some of your backers. Like there's going to be people that said, oh, I really want this. And like, well, you lost. Sorry, you don't get enough. And I was like, huh. And I was like, yeah, that makes sense. So yeah, it's just like, so what is that? What is our shipping timeline? Our new target is for shipping to start in October of 2021. Which cool, I guess. I mean, it'll be very, very late, and I'm sure as soon as I get it, I'll be selling it to Pete. Let's see here. Madeira Collector's Edition. That one, I guess I'd like to believe that What's Your Game is going to do the right thing and whatever, make this, but it's just like, they have been like, every update they've had recently is like, we got more samples. We got more samples. It's like, how many samples do you need?
The Street Fighter game did the same thing. He'd get a sample and he'd be like, oh, the sample's great, except we want this color to be slightly brighter yellow, so we're sending it back for a redo. And then 6 weeks later, it's perfect yellow. It's like, you really pushed your campaign back 6 weeks for that perfect yellow on one miniature out of like 40. Yeah, they freaking A.
I don't know. Time of Legends Destinies. I mean, this is something I backed.
So good.
I backed this like, it feels like 1,000 years ago, and I've forgotten completely about it. And
it's not that delayed, is it?
It's delayed by like 4 months. Okay. Which is nothing, right?
That is on time.
I was going to say
that is on time.
You're making it sound like this has been years. I
seriously forgot that I backed it. I seriously forgot that I even backed it. I was just like, really? Oh, hey, cool.
That one you need to bust out with your daughter and your son. Guarantee you are going to absolutely love it. My son ate it up. He did it on, that was his first video I think he did by himself, because he was so excited to talk about that game and playing it. So cool.
It was one of Forrest's top 5 games of 2020. So
yeah. Root,
I told you I watched that video, dude.
Root, the tabletop role-playing game. It's late. It was supposed to be in September. I mean, honestly, I haven't even looked at the updates for it.
You know, I think I've told you guys before that I never back Kickstarter games. And I feel like when I tell gamers that, everybody's like, what? How could you not back them? And then I hear these conversations all the time, and I'm like, I'm the right one.
Oh my goodness!
Everybody backs everything, and then it just is so frustrating the whole time.
So I backed this game called Beyond Humanity because it looked really cool. It was actually using like LED lights and like batteries the pop in on the like the pieces on the board. And I remember when I backed it, I said, "You realize you're never gonna get this." Right? I was just like, but even I was like on the hope that it actually came out. I was like, maybe I'll back this, and so I did. I gave them, and it's like their post on January 5th for the game that's like 5 months late, where it's just like, how excited are you to play this game? And it's just like, go here and sign up for the most anticipated game of 2021, and just kind of like, it's just like, just whatever. It's like, how about you just get me excited about actually seeing the game maybe, and actually receiving it, and then I'll truly get excited. Car Wars 6th edition late. They're still talking about, oh, we got to get our tooling done, and we got to get all this stuff done for all the different cars and everything. I don't think, I mean, that'll be forever. I mean, it's Steve Jackson Games, you'll get it. They have so much Munchkin money that you don't have to worry about them like going out of business, but I'm not, it's just one of those things. Glorantha, the Gods War, the reprint plus new expansion. I own like all of that, which is stupid. I'll never play that game, but I mean, I own like every single little tiny bit of that from Sandy Peterson Games. But that's in the same boat as the other ones. It's just like, everybody's waiting. I think after that, I mean, other than some random RPG stuff, I'll say this. Zine Quest 2 starts up in February for the like RPG zines. I backed so many of those, and like I waited so long for many of them, and I'm still waiting for some of them. And they're like the sketchiest of the sketchy people for the most part of like as far as when those arrive. I am going to
wait. Can we pause? What are you talking about right now? Like you made it like what are they? What are these things?
Okay, so like back when I was a kid, like RPG zines, like ZINE were like a thing, which was basically like people that would write their own like D&D stuff, and they would like photocopy off a bunch of copies of it, and they go to like gamers groups and like sell them for like $1 a piece, for stuff they typed up themselves on their word processors, before computers. So anyway, so there's like Kickstarter every February they do Zine Quest. This is Zine Quest 3 is in February, and basically it's like, and you can't launch it until February 1st, and then so you launch your zine, which is like, it's like this like 16-page little book that you put together, and like with your own ideas for playing D&D, or like this little adventure you made for D&D or things like that, right? And it's one of those things where I'm like, I backed so many of them because they fool you. They're like $8 plus $4 shipping. You're like, well, $12, yeah, sure. And then like you're like, where's my stuff? You're like, it just like, it never seems to come. It never seems to come. It never seems to come. It's like you're waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting, and it just never seems to show up. So I'm gonna like really take it slow and on that, and like make sure that I don't do anything stupid again, and like not back all these like things and wait 8,000 years for them to show up, and then be annoyed that I gave them $8 and I didn't get this stupid 5-page book. So long story short, there you go.
No, that was a long story long there, Lance.
Yeah. I'll say this.
Here we go again.
No, I'll say this. There are two things on here that I want to touch on, right?
Ooh.
So, well, first one is like Blacklist Miniatures ran a miniatures campaign, and I'm not barking at the Sadler brothers here. I mean, I firmly believe they're doing as best as they can, and they're making quality stuff. So I don't want anybody to take it as me, trashing on them and anything like that. But there's a couple of things about this that kind of bug me, and I might be wrong. I'm gonna say that right now. I could very well be wrong, and I might be barking up the wrong tree here. But there was basically, there were people that like backed it, but also backed it to get like these special Alter Quest like miniatures and things like that, like little additions that were added to Alter Quest. And because those were kind of combined, they put those things with the Alter Quest orders, and so those people got their shit, right? But if you didn't own Alter Quest and you didn't like back it to have all that stuff and do all those things, like our miniatures basically like weren't delivered along those lines. And now like our stuff, which was due to be delivered back like in 2020, they're suffering from the same problem everybody's having, that Gray Fox is happening right now, which is that you can't find containers, you can't find spaces on ships to load stuff up right now and get them sent over. I mean, we have 2 full games heading for Tsukiyumi and Tortuga, like sitting in a container in China, waiting for a ship. Like for our freight company who gave us a date in December that they guaranteed it would be on a ship, and it didn't find a space. And then they guaranteed us January 9th, and it didn't get a space. And now they guaranteed us January 29th, but I don't believe them. I mean, I think it'll just be another thing where, oh, sorry, Samsung took every spot on the ship, because like they have more money and more stuff and have more clout, and we're just going to be pushed to the end. And everybody's dealing with this right now. And I guess I'm just kind of annoyed where it's like, why didn't you just send all the stuff at the same time? Like, why did you leave some of the stuff behind? And like, I don't know. I mean, who knows? They had the reasons, but I'm annoyed by it, which, whatever. I mean, it's fine. I'll get my stuff. I'll get a bunch of miniatures that I'll never paint anyway. And so I can like be strangely annoyed by it, I guess. I don't know. I mean, who knows? I know. It just, everything sucks. And then the other thing that I wanted to touch on was that I actually backed PAX Viking and from Ion Game Design, PAX Viking, PAX Renaissance, and High Frontier for All. And some of those games, High Frontier for All, they're designed by Phil Eklund. And I'm like, maybe I just don't even want those games in my collection anymore. After like and I don't want to get too political or get into like the whole weird like stuff that's going on. I mean, but if the guy's like writing racist footnotes in his games, even if the games are good, because I own a lot of Phil Eklund games, and I think the guy can. And I met him, and I had dinner with him in Essen, and he was a very nice person. But I've met lots of nice people that I found out, they have deep-seated assholery in them as well. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I want to do with that. And then
there's a softball you just tossed up.
Yeah.
Anyone taking a swing?
Well,
I'm
no,
not.
I mean, I guess I'm saying that because
not the sinner.
And if you don't know what it's about, I apologize, but it's just
That comes down to those questions of can you separate art from the artist type thing. Some people are good at that, other people aren't. It just depends on what side of the fence you fall on there.
I also think it makes a difference if they're living or not. Like if they're dead, it's so much easier. But if they're living, it's like, oh, so if I do still support it, I'm kind of paying that person. Whereas like I don't feel like, when Bill Cosby's dead, like I don't be like, oh, I don't know. I think people are I think it matters if they're dead or living, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. I got tons of games. I can probably be just fine.
You won't play that game.
What?
You won't play that game.
High Frontier for All?
No.
Why do you say that?
It's incredibly complicated and really, really tough to get into.
Well,
I'm not saying stupid.
I'm saying you got to make your decision, the moral decision. I mean, to me, there's no decision. But
but here's the deal. Here's what I would say. I've played High Frontier, and I enjoyed it for what it was. It was much more simulation than game, really. I mean, it was just kind of like
is it a game?
What?
Yeah, it's a game.
Yeah. So, well, no, it was one of those things. Well,
I've never played.
I played it with Scott Nicholson, right? Like he was like the one person that I had it in my collection when he stopped by the house. We sat down to play it, and then he was like, and because the rules are tough, it's tough, and like he and I spent basically we played the first scenario, and like he said the same thing as me. He said, I don't really feel like I'm playing a game. I just feel like I'm running through some sort of weird, computer simulation where it's like, check this box, put this card here, do this. And it was like, I remember when I was a kid, my old Commodore 64, I had a game that was actually like virtual chemistry set, which wasn't really a game. It was just like you follow the instructions, like add this to this, add that to that, heat it to this, and then, oh, look, I turned it into that, like virtually. And it kind of felt like that. But the idea behind High Frontier for All was
myth of the heavy gamer.
Well, yeah.
Myth of
but
the heavy gamer.
The idea behind High Frontier for All is that it made the rules less of a chore.
Oh, okay.
That's why it's for all. Like it isn't just for like people like
more accessible rule.
Yeah, more accessible rules. Yeah, I don't know. It's one of those things where I'm not going to cancel my order, but maybe mine
just came in. I ordered it before I knew about any of this weird stuff. But
see, mine was part of the I did mine before, like, as part of like the backer kit or whatever, for my PAX Viking, which isn't by him, so I can PAX Viking and and
is that
I'm excited to play PAX Viking.
Is that a Cole Worley?
No, it's some other dude.
PAX Premier Redo is really great.
PAX Premier Redo by Cole Worley is a very good game. It's extremely
I never played the original one, but that one I played. I really liked it.
He says the one I'm looking forward to, I've thought about buying I thought about buying it, but now it's like tough to get a hold of and you got to pay through the nose to get it. But he said in a couple of years he's going to like kind of do a PAX Premier second edition thing with it. And it's the
third edition, you mean?
No. It's
Porphyrion.
I forget what it's called, but it's about the opium trade. It's I forget what it's called. It's like you have to look up the name. It's like an infamous cargo or something like that as well.
Oh yeah, infamous cargo. Yeah.
And I played it once. I played it once at a convention and I really enjoyed it. But like I said, tracking down a copy is like super expensive.
Infamous Traffic.
And Infamous Traffic.
It is Cole Worley. Yeah.
And then he said he plans on doing like a second edition of that, like, sometime in the next 2-3 years. So I guess I'll just hold out and get that. And go that route.
There you go.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's just like, I got enough games. I guess I could just get rid of the games that I know were designed by a-holes, right? And I can be fine. So
you may not have any games left.
I
know every year that goes by, we get more and more.
I mean, I don't want you to call people anybody names or anything.
I'm
like
not
that,
calling. Yeah, I'm just saying, like the atmosphere of today is a lot different than we got in 20 years ago.
Oh yeah, totally. And the other thing I wanted to say is that it's just kind of like, I mean, and again, I'm not asking for anybody to, but it's just kind of like, man, oh man, I don't understand people that don't realize that everything you say could possibly be recorded, written down, copy and pasted and shown to the world. I mean, just shut your mouth.
Here's the question. Would you rather not know that, or would you rather know it?
No, I definitely would, but I'm
not calling out any names here specifically, but if you know someone is of a specific thought pattern, do you want to know it or not know it?
I guess I would rather know it.
Ignorance is bliss. Or
I'd rather not know it. I mean, I'd rather be the kind of thing where if it's something that defines them so much that when I meet them, it's like, oh, I see that now. Like, I don't know. I just
sometimes I'd not want to know it because you can build a friendship and a connection on other stuff. Like I have a good buddy of mine in Los Angeles that I've like worked on a bunch of creative projects with and stuff like that. And we've never talked about politics before. And recently he emailed me and was like, hey man, I took a job working in Florida for the Daily Wire, which is like a very, very conservative news outlet. And there's nothing wrong with that. But I was like, whoa, I had no idea that that's where he was on the spectrum.
Right.
And I don't know that we would have like gotten to be as good friends if we had started our relationship out with that.
Oh yeah, I'm there too. Like, and it's so weird. Like all my Facebook friends from high school are like rabid conservative, and I'm like, well, we don't get along.
Wasn't Texas a pretty red conservative
I went to a
state?
school in Florida though. So,
Oh, okay. Right.
I mean, in the 70s there was no. I don't think you had that classification.
Right,
so harsh as it is today. I don't. It's.
I don't know. I feel like it's getting harder and harder to be able to put politics aside now, because no matter what, it's going to get brought up at some point or another. I've been very active in staying off social media and unfollowing people that talk politics just in order to preserve friendships, and it's getting harder to do that these days. I mean, I was at 1,200 Facebook friends. I'm down to 260 because of this year.
That's a lot.
Yes, it is a lot.
Hey, you deleting them or them deleting you? Or
I'm
both?
unfollowing, and then if I'm still constantly being drug into stuff, I'm unfriending. And I've gone through 1,000 people this year.
Yikes.
And part of it was on my own too.
That's
I said,
pretty
you know
common.
what? There's no reason to be friends with people if your only reason to be friends with people is to be friends with people. So I would get, and it sounds weird, but it makes sense. If people are friending you just because
quantity
they
mattered
know,
back in the day.
if I'm a
'Cause you
friend
wanted
of
to see stuff. Yeah.
Aldi, and Aldi has a friend who never met me but sees that I'm friends with Aldi, and they friend request me,
Yeah.
why should I be friends with them?
Yeah.
And it was just a lot of unnecessary traffic on my page. And I was like, you know what? If I don't talk to you on a regular basis, if I don't game with you, if I don't work with you, or if I don't know what your wife and kids' names are, I'm not going to be friends with you. Period. We're just acquaintances at that point, and I don't need you on my Facebook wall judging what I say or taking what my friends say on my Facebook wall and then jumping in, interjecting.
Jumping in. Yeah, I'm having a little bit of that problem these days.
It's not worth it.
Fortunately, it's not politically based. It's about food.
Well, no, and that's fine. Like, I don't even care if it's political at this point. I don't want people I don't know being able to talk on conversations with my friends and causing grief.
Havoc.
So if I don't care for you on a better than acquaintance level, you're out. Period. And I'm
I was wondering
almost
why
done.
you blocked me, Pete.
I'm almost done. I've got about.
I'm on the razor's edge.
He's there. No, Aldo, you're still there. I got about 10% left to go. And when I get down
I like
to
to
around
have a fun
250, I'll
Facebook.
feel good.
I like a fun Facebook.
I do too. I want pictures of food and fart jokes and comic books
Games.
and dumb stuff. I don't need everything else. I see enough of that shit on the news. I talk about it enough with my family to prepare for, stuff about the pandemic and, supplies and what's going on politically and what are we doing with our taxes. And I deal enough of that shit on my own. When I go to social media, it's supposed to be fun. When that ends, I'm done. And I've already cut down like half of my people I follow on Twitter. I'm almost done purging my Facebook, and I'm about ready to just delete Instagram because I never use it anyway. So it's been bliss. This last month has been bliss, by the way, doing it. I highly recommend it. Quit trying to be the winner of the who has the most friends on Facebook race. It ain't worth it. You lose in the end the more people you have because you're not vetting those people properly.
I used to accept all friend requests just
I
because
did
of,
too.
like the nature of my business.
I got
my
sucked
business,
into
right?
it.
But
Yeah,
now
it was
I'm
the same
not.
thing.
I've either unfriended or unfollowed because then they don't know. Like, if you unfriend somebody, they know it, right? Like,
I don't
where'd
care.
you go? But if you unfollow them, you never see
I don't
them.
care though. What's the worst conversation you have? You unfriend someone and they say, "Well, why'd you unfriend me? Do I know you? Do you know what my wife's name is? Do you know what interests I have? Do we talk outside of anything other than just watching each other's Facebook posts?
Yeah.
We're not friends."
Yeah.
The correct answer is you know why I unfriended you.
I mean, that's the simple point of it, though. Like, it's a hard conversation, but I feel like the more you have it, the easier it'll get, and the better off you'll be for it. Like, I got into the industry by networking, and I was just like you. I friended everyone. I got to know everyone, and I tried to make sure that any opportunity that could have came to me when I was still trying to scratch my way in would be open. But it's like, you know what? It may not be career-wise the best move to just like alienate a lot of industry people too, but like if I don't do direct business with you,
Well, you
I
can
just
do
don't want to do
groups.
it.
You can do groups now instead, right? Like you don't have
And
to be
I'm-
friends. You can just go into a group.
and I'm gonna do that. Like people that are like on that fringe where I know them, but I don't really know them. Be like, look, I don't need to have you on my friends list. I don't need to have you being able to monitor my family communication and my kids' pictures and stuff. That's not important to what we need to do. Invite me to your group, and I'll join your group if I so fit. If it's something I need to do, but I'm taking back control of my social media. I'm tired of being a slave to it.
Go Pete.
It's a good point.
I'll get
Social media.
I'll get people that'll like follow me from a comedy show, and then I'll post something like Black Lives Matter, and then they'll like be like Blue Lives Matter. I'm unfollowing you, and I'm like, you followed me in the first. I don't even know
you
who
added
you
me.
are.
You added
Like
me.
that does not hurt my feelings. Bye bye. You know.
Like I said, it is invigorating.
You almost need like a public profile, and then like they used to have public profiles. Like you could be a person on there. I don't know if they got rid of that or what.
I'm really close to just making a separate Facebook account that's just business related, and
Yeah,
like knocking
about
my
that.
personal Facebook down to like in close
people
friends
you-
and family, like literally like 50, 60 people, like
Yeah.
immediate
That's
family.
what I did.
Yeah,
I did that a few months ago,
I wish I did.
and I'm very happy for it.
I think I'm down that road because at this point I don't want to cut some people just because they're not close friends, because they're people that I want to stay in touch with, especially during the pandemic. But if I had two accounts, then I could, wiggle the line a little bit on the other account, because if they're industry, I could just keep them and unfollow them if they're, and they don't have to worry about them seeing or jumping in on my conversations. So
Yeah.
I think that's where it's going to head to, and that way I can use my personal Facebook as my safe space and have
So
a
what's
work
your
Facebook.
what's your fake name?
I don't know yet. I haven't
Is
decided.
it Peet like something like
No,
that?
no. It'll probably be just Pete Come On or something, or Simon Pete
Oh, yeah, yeah,
Pete or something like that. It'll be a work
Unfortunately, they
related
don't
thing.
let you. Yeah, I tried to do that with Board Game Geek, and they banned it. They banned it.
Oh, really?
Because here's the deal: if you start moderating in the Board Game Geek group, people like the individual person is like named as the admin. Like
I already have mine, and it's B Igfoot.
Oh, good God, Bigfoot.
B Igfoot. Yeah, but yeah, because we were trying to create an account that we could all share and like do the bannings or like moderation, just to avoid the backlash of like the people, because they get to access to your personal account name and they can message you and stuff.
Yeah. See, I think what Rado's onto is the right way. You need to have a public facing account that if you're an industry media, whether it's media, industry professional, whatever, so you can separate it from.
Yeah, you can have the Rado brand.
My mom or my cousin who doesn't need to see industry fighting and any of this crap that's gone on recently and all this stuff doesn't need to happen. It doesn't need to mix the two. I can have my water over here and my milk over here.
You could have your professional account.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure, and I'm
you probably need to create a person for that. I think I can't remember exactly how you do it.
And that way, when I unfriend people, I can be like, "Hey, look, man, I'm creating a professional account.
We'll follow
me your industry
You'll
contacts.
see my game stuff.
Yeah, just friend me over here. I'm happy to accept it, but I'm kicking you out of my personal Facebook because it's for me and my.
Remember they offered circles. Remember that whole thing was that Google Plus?
I don't remember that.
It's all blended together now.
I wish there was a way I could just say I'm going to move them from this account to this account, and they don't know the difference, and they still see. I wish there was a way to do that, because then I'd get rid of like 200 people, like boom, tomorrow. Because a lot of the people that I'm down to now are industry contacts who I'm friendly with, and I wouldn't say I'm not friends with them, but they're not.
Yeah, but you don't want to
friends that I need them on my personal account.
To go down that line of.
Yeah.
I get it.
So we'll see.
Grant, you look like you're wearing welding goggles.
That's been pointed out in the comments.
Those are them good glasses. Let me join the. Wait, do I have my other one?
My glasses game is strong, Lance.
I was gonna say, are you an acetylene or arc welder?
Yeah. I'm training to be Woody Allen's replacement when he finally dies. Oh. Huh?
I saw your punching job.
Oh, thanks, buddy.
Yeah, it was great.
I appreciate it. Yeah, it's just
That show's fun. That show is pretty fun, actually. I didn't know they talked
It's a
about, like,
good show.
yeah, it's a pretty
Yeah.
good show. Yeah.
It's certainly like rapid fire jokes, and it's just
The
about
hammer,
being silly.
the hammer guy cracked me up.
Yeah.
Thor's hammers. What was his name?
His cousin.
Yeah, no, he was like his.
Why?
Oh, the
Is it
high pitched
Rival?
voice thing.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it, but is there any chance that you could be a recurring character?
Yeah, there's a chance for sure. We'll see.
Guy who always looks like he's going to punch somebody needs to work his way up so he can
Yeah.
replace the current showrunner. Actually, although I like the showrunner with his
Showrunner is
wife. I
pretty
mean,
good.
it's all really good stuff.
Casual
Yeah.
Friday cracked me up. He's wearing like this leather vest and the little biker cap.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
Yeah. Well,
Do you
thanks
know
for
the
watching,
folks who
Bill.
were running that show? Or
I do. Yeah, I'm friends with them.
Then how were you not on the ground floor of it? Why did they not bring you in until now?
I'm sure CP
I
has-
auditioned for a bunch of parts on that.
Oh, yeah.
show.
Thanks for bringing it up, Richard.
Yeah. So
Apparently they're not as good of a friends as you thought they were. Is what you're
No,
trying to say.
or I'm just not as big of a name as the people they cast in
Ooh,
some of those parts.
all right.
Were some of those people famous?
Yeah, some of them are. Yeah. So the guy that plays the showrunner guy, the director, he's like a big time character actor.
Yeah,
If you look
I
up his-
recognize him.
Yeah,
I
if
don't
you
know
look up
from
his
where.
IMDb, he's been in a ton of stuff. So
But like, who's the stage
Good
manager?
job.
You could have totally had that stage manager job.
yeah.
It was the mustache. That's totally what it was.
Yeah. Well, that's what I cut I cut the beard into the mustache for that. So that's the reason why I don't have a beard anymore. But I appreciate you guys watching it.
It was good.
It's always
Does he,
fun.
does he
watched-
get
I
like a
watched it on
nickel
demand.
for every time somebody watches, or what?
Do I?
Yeah.
No.
Oh. Well,
I get it's so weird, you know. It's like I've been in a bunch of commercials and stuff too. I get a lot more money for the commercials than I do for the TV shows.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Does
'cause
that Coke-
the
Does that
the
Coke commercial still
commercials,
play?
Yeah, the commercials still play. I mean, I still have a national Sam Adams commercial running right now that has been running like all year long.
What?
Yeah.
What? What's the name of it?
Your cousin from Boston. It's the basketball one. If you just put in Sam Adams, your cousin from Boston basketball.
Yeah.
So you get mailbox money, is what you're trying to say.
Oh yeah, those are the nice ones when you're like, oh, just a bunch of money just showed up. Didn't know it was coming.
You know, you obviously I wouldn't expect you to go into specifics, but I mean, does something like that, a nationwide commercial that's in constant rotation, does that get you to the point where, okay, that's my rent covered for a year kind of a thing, or?
Oh, I'm happy to get into specifics. It's fine for me.
All right.
So it totally depends on what it's airing on, how often it's airing. So if something is airing on, cable TV and network TV and the internet, a bunch of different things, then you're going to get more than if it's just on cable TV or just on something like that. And then it depends on how much they play it, right? And how often they play it. And if they extend it past they basically buy a 3-month chunk. And if they extend it past a 3-month chunk, then you get re-upped again. Now, there's also a thing called conflicts. So basically, Sam Adams is like, you can't do any other beer commercial for a year. Now, if they
You're
want
typecast.
yeah.
Where
If
are you
they
in the
wanna do-
commercial? I don't see it.
Yeah, I don't see you in the commercial either.
I mean, literally.
He's the obnoxious cousin who comes to visit thing, right?
Yeah, yes.
What? You're the cousin?
No, I'm the guy that like opens the door and he hits
How
my.
he doesn't have a beard. You gotta
Your
like.
cousin from Boston at your wedding. Am I at the wrong one?
Yeah, you're at the wrong one. Do your cousin from Boston basketball.
Hoops?
Oh,
Okay. Oh, there you are. Yeah, I see you now. You're the guy in the glasses that opens the door.
Yeah, and then I'm at the end of it too and stuff, and I'm the guy like guarding him in the basketball stuff. Yeah.
Don't get Lance flagged.
I thought it was muted.
Yeah, we could hear it though.
But so all that stuff adds up. So like the most I've made on a commercial, and also imagine this is what I made after having to pay taxes, which ends up being like 25%, and having to pay my agents, which is another 10%. So when all was said and done, I think the most I made was like $35,000.
Okay.
For one commercial.
For one commercial.
Hell yeah!
I mean, what is that, like one day of work?
I just saw
One day
Forrest's
of work.
ears perk up. Like,
Forrest is heading to Hollywood.
35. No, I'm not
You
even.
start your acting class.
$35,000 would get you 2 years in Fort Wayne, Indiana, Grant.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
mean,
but he would not have
Unfortunately,
the
the work is not in
connections.
Fort Wayne, Indiana.
just saying.
Now,
That's like
you know,
couple days in LA.
some of them, yeah,
A little
seriously.
more than
No, but it is, you know, I've basically booked a commercial a year for like the last 7 years. And it is what, like, it's a thing that helps me go from like scraping by to having a real like income, you know, and like being able to be a professional full-time entertainer. But you know, sometimes it's really bummed, dude. I'm actually really bummed out. I did this commercial with Dennis Quaid. And we filmed it right before the pandemic, and I'm the like star of that commercial. It's me and Dennis Quaid. And I just heard that they're not going to air it.
Oh
that sucks.
Is it insensitive in some way?
So, well, you know, we shot it in like, I think we shot it in December 2019, right? And then, you know, it's about a big group hanging out at a dinner and stuff like that. And maybe it just feels like, well, this seems like,
yeah, that would normalize not
we're
together
jerks
and not masking.
now and stuff. But like, you know, that's one that I was like, man, I'm really excited. I got to hang out with Dennis Quaid for the day, and I'm like, and this
Probably
was like
been a good
commercial
payday
where-
too.
What's that?
It would have been a good payday with the amount of time,
big-
airtime
big-
it would have
Well,
got.
it would be another evergreen for you, right?
For sure.
Damn it,
But you never, yeah, I mean, it's like a bummer when you're like, man, I thought that was gonna be
Come
like
on,
a
don't you?
cool thing, you know, for people to see and stuff. And but you can't ever, dude. One of the best commercials I ever did, I did a Johnsonville sausage commercial in like 2016. If you type in Johnsonville sausage stay at home son, you'll see the commercial, and it's like legit pretty funny. That commercial didn't air until like a year after we shot it, because the premise of the commercial is I'm living with my parents and I won't move out because they keep feeding me sausage. And so they make up a story about how the sausage factory burned down, so I got to move out now. And then in real life, a Johnsonville sausage factory caught fire.
Oh my God.
So they didn't air it, and it was like, well, what the fuck, man? Like, I can't control that. Like, what are the goddamn chances of that?
They really should have rode that viral marketing.
Yeah.
Did anybody die at the fire?
Oh, that's a good question.
That's kind of the problem.
Does that matter?
No, nobody
Kinda.
died, which is
People
why
lost,
I think
people lost
eventually.
livelihood. You're like, well, if nobody died,
Yeah.
then
No, it was only like a part of like the factory where people weren't worse. So it actually ended up, which I think is why they ended up airing it eventually. Like they didn't just scrap it completely. I think if people had died, they probably would have been like, well, then we can't ever air this, you know? But yeah. It is. I will say, Dennis Quaid, pretty funny dude though. Pretty nice guy.
That's good to hear.
did you ask him if he talked to his brother lately?
I was
Oh.
gonna say.
He's just in a movie.
But one of literally the first thing he said, he was, you know, when somebody famous like that is on set, they handle him with real kid gloves, right? So like everybody's on set, everybody's waiting. They bring him at the last possible moment, and then we start shooting right away. And so they bring him on the set, and you know, everybody like, you know, there's probably everybody's a little bit nervous. It's Dennis Quaid, right? You're not working with people that famous that often.
Yeah.
And the first thing he says is he's like, well, sorry I'm late, people. I'm one of those Hollywood types. I had to get my asshole bleached.
No, wait a minute. Did
I bet he says that on all the sets.
Yeah, I'm sure that's like his go-to
that's
opening
his-
line.
That's his shtick.
So what was? Can you say what was the commercial for?
It was for Esurance. You know, he's like the
Oh.
Esurance spokesman.
Damn.
And
That's
And
yeah.
what was your role then?
The premise of the commercial was there's a big group dinner with like a seafood tower, and I'm like looking, and all I have is a salad, right? I'm on the end of the table, the seafood tower's all the way down at the end of the table, and I'm not getting any of it. And then they bring me the bill, I open it up, it like falls open, and then someone else is like, let's just split the check evenly, you know? And I'm like,
I didn't get any of the seafood tower.
what's that?
You didn't get any of the seafood tower though.
Yeah, exactly. So that was the premise of the commercial. But it was like it was like Dennis Quaid being like, you don't want to be stuck with this. And I'm like, no, I don't, Dennis. And he's like, yeah, what are you going to do? And I'm like, separate checks, you know, and like that sort of stuff. And Dennis is like, good man, you know, like, so it was just
Smart move.
and me like interacting together.
That's cool.
Yeah. I made him
You,
laugh.
will you get a copy of that commercial, or is
I was
it
just gonna say, do you get one
Nope.
for your reel or something like that?
Nope.
damn? That's
And they
No.
won't ever tell me why it didn't air or anything like that.
Wow.
It's
So-
got to be the group thing.
But you at least got
Yeah.
paid for your time out there. You just won't get royalties because it won't
I
be on
get
air.
paid for the day and
Mm.
just the day.
Oh,
For a 1 day work is still good. You know, it's
Yeah.
like whatever. I got $800, but there's a big difference between 800 and 30,000. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
there is.
Yeah, $29,200.
Yeah. Yeah.
it sucks that the actors don't get their reel because like Dave Arnott, who you guys know it. You guys know it,
Yep.
from Game Night.
Game night. Yeah.
He was
Game
in this
night.
Microsoft. He was in this really funny Microsoft commercial, and I asked him about it, and he's like, "Yeah, I don't have it," and I had to scour the webs to find it. It was like it took me hours,
Yeah.
because I just wanted to remember it. Like, but I'm like, they don't give me anything.
Yeah. But you know, it's a bummer because I would say average on a commercial, you make like $15,000, something like that. You know, so it's still
Also,
pretty
Sam
good.
Adams was above average.
What the heck? Come on, Forrest. Let's get you in some commercials.
Dude,
They
one
are-
commercial a
That's
year.
the scheme I need to get in on.
They are hard to get though,
You
bro.
only got to move to LA and go to like a million.
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah. I did another commercial for Courtyard Marriott. And while we were filming it, I was like, they're not going to air this. I could just tell. And that one never aired either.
Why?
Why? Okay, then tell us the reason why. Why did you think it would get
Did they
aired?
test them like after, and then they're like,
Well,
Yeah.
because they have all of the product people, you know, it's like you have a director who's calling the shots, but the product people are in his ear. And so you're like, oh, well, that guy's not really in charge here, right? It's the client that's like actually in
Right.
charge. And the premise of the commercial was I was wearing a Houston Texans jersey in a sea of Denver Broncos jerseys. And I stand up and I'm like, first down. And somebody else is like, sit down. And I'm like, okay. And then I like sit down like sheepishly. And I could tell they were like, oh, it feels too aggressive. Right? Like
if you were gonna get beat up.
It's a funny bit, but yeah, I mean, it's like we've had problems about violence in football. Like they don't want to be promoting that, right?
Wow.
And so they had us do it so many different ways with so many different lines and stuff like, I mean, we were just trying so many different iterations of it. And I was like, well, in the end, it's the same premise. It doesn't matter like what we're saying. This premise is still like, someone's telling me to shut up and I'm being like nervous about it.
Right.
And you could
It's like
tell
a
on the
bullying
day
thing.
it was
Well, that's the only time I could tell. I was like, oh, they're having us do it so many ways because they don't think this is working.
wow.
Right.
And
Interesting.
I was like, man, this is a bummer.
It's interesting you pick up on that, like just doing it so much. Do you think you
Yeah.
would have thought that if that was like your first acting gig?
No, probably not, you know. Well, and like, yeah, I mean, I did the very first commercial I did when I got to LA was one they pulled after like 2 weeks. And that was one I did not think that was gonna get pulled. I mean, that's like it was for Belvita breakfast biscuits. And like the premise of that commercial was like, I'm a self-defense instructor and eating these gives me the energy to do what I need to do all day long. And what I do is like teach women how to kick me in the nuts. That's like the self-defense I'm teaching. So the commercial was literally just me getting kicked in the nuts over and over again, which is like dumb and funny, right? It's like, yeah. And the comments online were like, it was like, this is promoting violence. This is like the same as a woman slapping. This is the same as a man slapping a woman over and over, like all of this sort of stuff. And then they pulled it like after like 2 weeks.
Wow.
So I got kicked in the nuts like fucking 250 goddamn times for something that paid me like $3,000. I don't know if it was worth it. I literally had to go home and like get in a bath and like ice my nut. Yeah.
Did you have a protection thing or something?
So they told me, they were like, you're going to have this big contraption. It's going to be fine. It won't hurt. I show up and they have like a hired stunt guy. And he's literally like, so this is an old cowboy trick we got for you. You tie a rope around one foot, you put the rope up around your pant seam and then tie it around your other foot. And so when they kick, then essentially the rope hangs at the seam.
Oh, so they're kicking the rope?
So they're kicking the rope like this, and it doesn't
reach the target.
Doesn't reach the target.
Because they know they can let off when they get contact.
Yes, because, and it just basically keeps them from getting all the way up there because the rope. But the thing you don't realize is, well, if you get kicked 250 times, my feet were bruised at the end of it because they're tied around my feet. And also, it only works if people know how to kick you. They have to kick straight up. But if someone comes in and they go, "Oh, this is fun," he can't feel it. Bah, bah.
Oh no,
that doesn't work.
That was the high-tech
solution. You really need to sell it.
Yeah. So great. And after like the first 20 times, you're like, all right, man, enough. What the fuck?
Dude, I'm like a real team player. Like I'm like a not complainer. Like, let's just get it done. Let's make it good. That was the only time after like 250 or 300 kicks, I was like, I can't do it anymore. I don't have it, man.
So Forrest, what's the price on kicking you in the nuts 200 times?
Yeah.
$10.
$20.
$20 for his $20.
$20 is $20.
Depends on if I got my cowboy rope, apparently.
So the end of that commercial, like the last like hour of takes, they cheated the shot, so I wasn't actually getting kicked because I was like, I can't do it anymore.
So they're filming it from your rear.
Yeah, they're like filming it from behind.
The commercial is online still. I was able to Google it.
Yeah.
What is it?
Wire 200
He gets punched in the nuts. He gets kicked in the nuts. Then he's eating the Belvita, and it shows the product page. It shows like the product being created.
Sounds like a full share screen situation.
And then some woman just like full runs up and kicks him in a trench coat. It's awesome.
Yeah. You can share it. It's a decent commercial. I was surprised that people were so upset at it.
It's funny. I don't see anything wrong with this commercial.
Yeah.
Maybe that's because I'm a privileged male. I don't get it. I don't think there's anything offensive about that commercial at all. It doesn't promote violence.
Are there comments on it?
I didn't look at them because I enjoy my sanity, but it was funny. It was lighthearted. It wasn't anything violent. You can even tell the kicks are so choreographed. You can totally tell they're like set up.
Dude,
oh no, you went through all that pain and they didn't even sell it, Grant.
Yeah.
You hear that?
The worst was at the lunch break, like the big head honcho, like guy in charge, they brought him over and they were like, without asking me, they were like, "You want to kick him?" You can kick him. I was like, what
the guy from Belvita?
Yeah, Belvita. It's like breakfast business. It's close to Velveeta, but they're legit good. But so I had to like stand up from my lunch break so this guy could kick me in the nuts.
Did they know how like half-assed the protection was?
No, were you trying to play it cool because
they were told it was like some technological.
I hadn't said anything yet.
Right.
Yeah.
You don't want to rock the boat.
Yeah, because
lose the job.
also that was my very first commercial in Los Angeles. If that was like now, I might like say something a little bit more.
Well, now you can afford to be difficult.
Yeah.
Is this in any of your bits, Grant?
No, I've never talked about this on stage.
You should totally. I mean, you could easily turn that to a 2, 3, 4 minute bit. I think that was.
You just did.
I mean,
Yeah,
yeah,
you just did.
that's a good
Funny bit
stuff.
though.
Did you have to eat the Velveeta thing like all day?
Yeah,
Were you taking bites and swallowing, or did they spit?
Well,
spit
no.
buckets?
So they give you a bucket so you can spit, because like you can't. You have to do too many takes of eating them, and it's like you can't eat that much. I think
I'm concerned about you eating that much, but getting kicked in the nuts 17,000 times is okay.
Yeah, right. Like we don't want you getting the stomach cramp, but
yeah,
spit in this bucket.
So I mean, we got to do crazy things to make a living.
I've never heard of the Velveeta breakfast biscuit.
I had never heard of Velveeta until I did that commercial, and they're legit good. Like I actually very much like it.
Yeah, my wife gets them.
Yeah,
we get like the Owens country sausage breakfast biscuits sometimes, like frozen. You just microwave them. They're pretty good.
Yeah.
Well, Grant, I hope you ultimately become the Creed of that show.
Thank you.
The breakout star that everybody talks about and can't wait to see what he does.
I gotta figure out a way to see that. I cut the cord. I don't have cable.
I appreciate it, fellas.
There's gotta be a place you can.
Yeah,
It asks for your cable provider when you try to watch the video.
Yeah,
but there's gotta be a way around
connected
that, right?
in. Well, maybe.
What's the way around it?
I don't know, but
Lance,
every
are
time
you
I
still-
watch your videos, Forrest, I see your Watch NFL Live Games Free link at the top of your browser. You might want to delete that link or hide it or something.
Whoa,
Richard, you were saying something. What's going on?
I was just going to ask: are you still trapped in the basement?
Oh no. We're all cleared. So yeah.
We reopen tomorrow. We had COVID in the warehouse.
Did you?
Yep.
Oh really?
Is everybody okay?
Some people traveled for the holidays and didn't tell anybody.
Ooh.
And came back with COVID.
Nice.
Yeah.
Tons of bitches.
Yeah. Well,
Are they still employed?
What?
Are they still employed?
Oh yeah. I mean, it's an honest mistake.
Dude,
No, that's not a mistake if they didn't tell you.
Well, yeah, that's kind of a dishonest mistake.
I'm going through this with Jen's work because it is HIPAA shit and all this.
There's only 4 people in the warehouse. It's in a big warehouse, right?
So you can find the point of failure pretty easily then.
Yeah.
Have a good relationship with the people that work in the warehouse. Like I don't want to fire anybody. But yeah, I think tomorrow's a 10-day, and she's doing fine.
What about everybody else?
She got the smell and taste coming back and no symptoms. What?
Did anybody else contract it?
No. Everybody's clear.
Okay.
Well, how did it happen? What happened? So she came to work not knowing,
right?
And she found out a couple days later, and she just got lucky that nobody picked it up.
I guess so. Yeah.
Something like that.
Yep. I'm not sure. I mean, when she traveled home for holidays or whatever somewhere.
That'll learn her.
Yeah.
See, Forrest, this is why in your videos you make your guests wear masks to set a good example
luckily,
for the warehouse people that work for Aldi.
I haven't shot any the last few weeks, and now I'm like, it's like it's a thing. I like think about it because it's like, yeah.
Well, I mean, it sucks because like people need to travel.
Yeah.
But I guess one of my other workers is traveling tomorrow, and I'm like, you got to stay home for 10 days then.
Yeah. For what purpose are they traveling?
It's a family thing.
Yeah, my brother's
avoidable.
My brother's coworker recently, who was like early 60s, so not old, but obviously not young either. She and her husband and their 2 friends basically got tired of everything and went on a vacation. All 4 of them got it, and 3 of the 4 died.
What?
Wow.
That's a story.
Yeah. Only my brother's coworker survived.
Holy shit.
Oh.
That'll fuck that person up for a bit.
It's still real.
Oh yeah, people.
No, it isn't. What are you talking about? Crazy talk.
3 months, we'll see, Lance, when you get it again.
No, I learned my lesson. Don't go anywhere. Don't do anything.
Did your
I mean,
is
it's
your dad
getting hard.
okay, by the way?
We've been in here since March.
I'm sorry, Richard. What'd you say?
I'm sorry. Is your dad okay?
Oh yeah. He even got the infusion thing. So.
Oh, so he had to escalate it a bit.
Well, his doctor just said, because of your age, why don't you come in and
He got what Trump got.
I believe so. Yes.
Not the same.
You got that Covfefe special.
The plasma thing or whatever it's called. Or
Yeah. So him and his wife both got the goods, right? So so he's good. They say he's pretty much immune for like 3 months or so. That's what his doctor said. So
Are you guys all looking into like the vaccine yet? Are you?
I got signed up, and I was told probably April is when I'll have my option.
So you did already sign up?
Like November for me.
Yeah, you can sign up.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I have.
It'll ask you what group. You'll self-evaluate what group you're in based on.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't done that yet because my like health insurance has sent out some emails being like, "Look, we're overwhelmed. Okay, we're gonna try to get
sit tight."
So I haven't tried to like sign up yet.
Yeah. Right.
My in-laws are 25,000th in line where they live. Like 25,000.
Wow.
So when I signed up for me, it was like they actually it was like my doctor contacted me and said, "Hey, you've had it, so you're in the system." He's like, and he said, "You want me to sign you up?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure." And then 4 days later, I got an email from, and they were like, "You are X, and we estimate you'll be able to get your vaccine in April." So, and I think it has to do with just, I was like, all right, cool, whatever. And it was one of those things where, like he said, I think it's just where we are, like
what's your population?
Because, what?
What's your population? Do you know?
Well, I mean, in the Fargo-Moorhead area, it's probably 250,000 people.
Okay.
And do you have any idea whether the fact that you've had it pushed you up or down the waiting list? Yeah.
No idea. He was just like, "You're in the system now." So he said, "Do you want me to, put your name in?" And I was like, "Well, why would I say no?" So
yeah.
I was just like, "Yeah, go ahead."
I just looked it up. Apparently, I can get it now.
Really?
Because I am over 50 living with someone who is over 70.
Oh.
So Jen and I are both phase 1B tier 1, and they just started that apparently on the 18th. So I'm glad somebody brought that up because I need to follow up on this. Apparently,
go get it done.
Yeah, definitely.
I actually got to talk to my Jen.
You may have shaved your beard and you look all young. And
is your mom gonna get it?
Oh, totally. Yeah. My mom has taken this deadly seriously the entire time. She has not been one of those old people that, well, like Lance talking about his mom. So many great stories.
A little flipping.
Yeah.
I live this long.
So, as anybody, I don't have a ton of time left, so I was curious before I leave. No spoilers, of course, but has everyone watched WandaVision yet? And if so, just what are your thoughts?
I have not watched it.
Watch the first.
Okay, I will. Let me get my thoughts
Mm-hmm.
in before Richard over speaks on me, and I will listen. I will listen to exactly. So, I was like,
"Are you going to spoil anything?"
I'm not going to spoil anything. All I'm going to say is that I thought they did a very good job of laying groundwork. I think they did a very good job of, like, if you go back and rewatch it and stop watching the show and start looking for little Easter eggs and little hints, I thought they did a very good job. I'm going to watch it. I'm not like, "Oh, this sucks, I'm not going to watch it." My one issue is when I like my I like my mystery. I like my mystery more subtle, I guess, and more like, oh, and when you okay, I'm going to phrase it this way in a movie that came out like in the 90s. So remember the Twin Peaks Fire Walk with Me thing came out, or whatever, and it was like, oh, you can go watch the Twin Peaks movie or whatever. And I didn't go see it, but I had some people come back, and I had this one guy come back to me, and a guy I knew in college, his name was Eric Wolf, and he said, the biggest problem I have with this movie is that when you have a flaming horse walk through a room, and people are like, oh, it means something. He's like, well, of course it means something. It's a flaming horse. It's like they're beating you over the head with the symbolism. I guess I would have liked it a little more subdued. And I guess
I don't agree. But obviously we can't talk specifics.
We can't talk specifics. So the thing about it is that I thought there was a little bit too much where it was like, oh, what could this be? Well, obviously it's something really weird and strange, and it's going to lead on to something. And I guess I like my mysteries. Like I don't like somebody showing up and just like shoving my face in something really weird and saying, do you wonder what this is? I want to have, and this is just personal feeling, I want to have something happen 5 episodes later, and then all of a sudden me as the person who watches it go, oh my God, that's why that guy said that. Or, oh my God, that's why they saw that on the horizon or whatever. It makes sense. I don't want them saying, see, this is strange. This is strange. It's a mystery. I guess that's just my personal feeling.
Yeah, but it's 10-year-old. A 10-year-old, which is the audience, is for kids. 10-year-old.
This is not for kids. They're not watching kids watch Dick Van Dyke.
To old people, yeah.
Yeah, this is.
But
not
it's
for
still
kids.
a Marvel movie. They're all for kids. I mean, the kids will follow.
I enjoyed it.
Except for maybe the other.
Me and my wife watched the first 2 episodes, and I enjoyed it enough that I will definitely watch the season. I agree some stuff stood out, but I don't think it's as egregious as you. Maybe you just picked up on the cues better, but I'm still very much guessing as to what the heck's going on. And I have some theories, but again, I've been wrong in the past when it comes to movie theory on Marvel or Star Wars or anything in between. So I am quite curious as to exactly what direction they're going to take it. And I think they could go in multiple directions.
And absolutely. Like, it's just like, it's one of those things where it could very well be like, hey,
red herring.
Red herring, or it could very well be, it could change. I've had several people who, like, for whatever reason, they've had access to the first 4 episodes. I don't know how, but like, apparently I know of several people that have first 4 episodes, and they said, give it all 4. And because there's a tonal shift to the show.
Yeah.
And I'm just like,
next episode.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, so it's like, okay, and it's just kind of like, I mean, like I said, I wasn't gonna not watch it. I'm gonna watch the whole thing.
Yeah, what else you got to watch?
What else you got? There's no movies.
Black Widow.
I would watch it just for the Marvel logo intro. That just flooded me with endorphins when that ran, and I got to see new snippets. Oh man, it just felt so good.
Yeah,
the first time in a year we've seen a Marvel movie.
And I like that it's something different. It's not anything like you've seen before. They've definitely changed up the formula, and if they do that with all of these Disney Plus shows, like the Loki show and the What If show and all this other stuff, the Hawkeye or not Hawkeye, but Bucky, Winter Soldier, and Captain. If they do all this, if they go a little off the rails with some of this stuff, I think it's going to be so much better, because they can really throw in some really interesting wrinkles into stuff that will more hit the comic book fan than the movies, which have been much more tonal in their view. Now these can just go off the rails, and I think that's kind of what people want, is something different. At least I do.
I don't know. To me, it was definitely rewarding. Everybody complains about fan service. Is it too much? What draws the line? I thought it was really nicely done. This is not a big spoiler, Aldi. It's literally the first line of the first episode. And the setting, right? It's they're in a Dick Van Dyke 50s Americana sitcom.
Yeah, I mean, and the first episode says, "Hello, Thanos, how you doing?"
No, the first line is Vision bumps his head or something like that, and she says, "My husband with the indestructible head," and fake, audience canned laughter, and that hit me like a freight train, because that's a direct reference to how she kills him. And that kind of stuff is layered throughout, and it's beautiful. It's really nicely done. And I don't know, maybe it's too on the nose for some people, but I found it, there's 3 specific things that that just
I love how you
kind
say
of
that. I love how
as a
you say
real-
that. Like
Yeah.
for
Some people.
some people.
Lance.
Yeah.
No, I'm not saying Lance didn't get it. I'm saying Lance is saying, well, that's too on the nose. That's too obvious. You need to be more subtle.
I didn't pick up on the cues as good as Lance. I still have no idea what's going on. And Richard,
Yeah.
I'll be messaging you tomorrow to figure out what 3 things you saw to make sure that they're the same 3 things I saw. Because there was definitely stuff that I'm like, okay, that seemed a little odd. What is it referencing? And then my mind started going back through the entire MCU going, what is this referencing? Or is it a comic reference? I don't even know. So it definitely got me thinking. And my wife enjoyed it, which is always a plus because we don't have a lot of stuff that we watch together. So yeah, I'm going to watch this through and I hope it continues to evolve and get better because we used to watch Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and that's what kind of got her into
Yeah.
Marvel. And then that thing kind of got weird towards the end. So she kind
Yeah,
of ditched it.
I loved Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. right up to the point where they had to break from the movies.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
That's exactly when she said, "What are we watching? This is not what I was." It definitely took you could see the shift in direction, and from that point on, thankfully at that point she got hooked enough into Marvel that she'd watch all the movies with me, and that's been great. But this has got a really good start as far as I'm concerned, and I'm excited to see where they go with it, and I hope they continue to just push the envelope a little bit. I think
I'm in the same boat.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's just like at the very least, I feel like they know exactly what their story is not going to be, so they're not going to like go lost on us and like just be like, we don't know where we're going. We're just going to keep flying.
Did you guys all see that the Disney Plus also now you can watch the entire Marvel Cinematic Universe in chronological order?
Yeah,
like not the movies release date, but the actual
age
Or
of
did
the
they
movies.
actually cut the movies up?
No, they're still
They
separate.
don't like take snippets of the Thor movies and then
No,
go to
no,
World War II.
Like Captain America will be
Captain
first.
America,
and then
it's just a
Iron
playlist.
Man,
But it's a
Okay,
playlist
okay.
in chronological order. So Captain America, and then from Captain America, Miss Marvel, because that took place in the 70s.
Yeah.
And then from Miss Marvel then it goes kind of more in line. But
That's cool. That's really cool. It's an option to say, hey, play this in an order, or they recommend it, or
yeah, if you go to Disney Plus,
I'll have to look at that.
It's like the third thing down. It says chronological. Hold on, I'm gonna pull
Oh,
it up.
okay. So it basically rearranges the menu to give you
rearranges
universe
the
chronology
playlist.
as opposed to real world release date chronology.
Yeah, so there's a playlist
That's
for
neat.
phase 1, there's a playlist for phase 2, there's a playlist for 3 and 4, and then there's the Marvel Cinematic Universe in timeline order, which starts with Cap and goes all the way through to Endgame, with it in chronological order.
Yeah, that's neat.
Yeah, I thought so.
I wish they'd
too.
gone the extra mile and literally cut the stuff out of Thor and, went the whole 9 yards. And so, no, let's go full chronological, put in the good stuff from, because you can't talk about TV. There's a lot of really good stuff in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Yeah, the only thing I didn't like is that the Spider-Man movies, obviously, because they're owned by Fox, aren't part of the timeline because there are some missing pieces from those Spider-Man movies. But
okay.
Other than
Does anybody know? And I mean, are they ever gonna like put like the Daredevil like Netflix episodes on Disney?
No, but they said that on the filming of the new
He's making
Spider-Man
appearance,
movie, the guy that played Daredevil is in the movie. So he's going to be
Actor Charlie Cox has been seen on set.
Yeah. So
I mean, that's cool and all, but I mean, I believe
I don't think the series is coming back, but they're slowly bringing all of them into the MCU.
Yeah, they don't have the rights. The series are owned by Netflix. They were just licensed by Marvel. So Marvel,
waiting for the license to expire.
Yeah, they would have to wait for the lease to expire, or they'd have to outright buy those series from them to take them over, which I'm sure Netflix would charge an arm and a leg for. But they can definitely hire the actors to reprise their role in new stuff. They just can't use the old stuff.
Are those still on Netflix?
They're gonna work.
I'm not sure.
X-Men into it now.
Yeah, X-Men is already. Yeah, they're and Fantastic Four. All that stuff's going to be.
I was always more of an X-Men guy than I was. I mean,
I just looked and yes, they are.
I was just getting ready to check.
I'm just wondering if it's worth me watching any of it before it disappears.
I really enjoyed.
I saw Jessica Jones.
Daredevil was good. Yeah.
I saw Daredevil 1.
Punisher was pretty good. They kind of fell apart.
The first season was good. The second one.
I liked Luke Cage. I didn't care for Iron Fist as much.
No, I didn't care for him.
Iron Fist I got through, but they definitely it just seemed like they just didn't want to try to like write well for it.
I think at the end they realized that show wasn't getting picked up again, so they kind of just handed in.
Jessica Jones.
Every one of those
the
shows.
first one that was tough.
Maybe I've
see
seen the best
second one.
stuff. Daredevil 1 and Jessica Jones. What else is there? Daredevil 2?
Daredevil 1, 2, and
There's
3 are the
three.
best ones to
Yeah,
watch.
all
Jessica
three
Jones
Daredevils.
1. I guess Punisher, if you're in the mood for it. I couldn't watch it since it launched like 2 weeks after another, mass shooting in America, and I was like, oh, this is I can't enjoy this, and I never went back to it. But
if you're a true crime person, that the Night Stalker thing on Netflix.
I just saw that
Yeah.
advertisement.
I need to
That
watch
thing's creepy. That's real too, right? That's not a.
Yeah, it's totally
Yeah.
totally true. I mean, that was that was a masterfully done
Bio?
true
Is it a
crime
documentary or is it-
documentary. Yeah,
Is it
You
a
already saw
documentary
it?
or is it
four
is it
episodes.
So
reenacted?
you already watched the whole thing?
No, it's not a
No,
reenactment.
it's
It's
documentary
they
style.
talk
Documentary.
to like some of the people that were his victims. They talked to they talked to the cops that were in charge of investigating it. There's one cop who talks about like the fact that he was just like, because this is the 70s, right? And they got this guy who they got an informant saying that this guy knows who the guy is. And so they went and got this guy, and he was just like, yeah, I'm not telling you effing pigs anything or whatever. And they dragged him into the backseat of the car and then beat the crap out of him until he finally told him. Yeah, the cops did. And the cops just like, yeah. So I just turned around and I started punching him in the face. And I said, if you don't tell me the name right now, I'm going to crack you open from your ass to your forehead. And the guy gave him the name of
A little different in the 70s.
who it was. Yeah. And he was just like, yeah, I did it. And it was just like, yeah.
At least he was doing it for a noble reason to get a serial killer off the street. I mean, it'd be a little different if he was trying to find someone who was jaywalking and he did something like that. But
yeah, but I mean, it's just kind of neat to like see this cop just like, yeah, so we beat the hell out of him.
Yeah, I want to see it. It looks interesting. Actually, probably my wife will probably
I need
enjoy
to watch
watching
it.
that too. I'll probably ask her to watch that.
You should watch Lupin, the Gentleman Thief or whatever it's called. The live action Lupin. Lupin. Lupin.
My wife likes murder.
Good.
I tried. So I started watching that. And I'm not a guy that really cares too much about English dubbing, but like,
it's goofy, but you get used to it.
The voices are just so off. I had to turn it off. I just was like, I can't watch this. This is like, it was bugging me too much.
I stuck through it. I watched the whole thing one day. We binged it, and I thought it was going to be over.
The original French,
but it's. I mean, if you want to read the subtitles, sure.
Yeah, so I think I might go back and watch it in French and read subtitles. I mean, which would probably be better for me.
I don't think the dubbing is that bad.
For me, it really
there's some
stuck out.
goofiness in it with the first episode because of the team up thing. Those guys are awful, but the main character is fine.
Yeah, I don't know. I saw lots of problems with the main character. I mean,
I watched.
We'll look that closely.
It was a movie that was a couple years old. Supervised, with not Jeff Bridges, Bo Bridges, and another guy. Basically, they're geriatric superheroes, and they're in this institution, but there's evil shit going on, And it's kind of like, I believe it was Prime. Oh. It wasn't great, but it was kind of funny. Tom Berenger, was it? Who the hell was the other guy?
Oh, those are some has-beens.
Yeah, they're all like I said, they're geriatric superheroes.
Okay,
it was pretty. It was a little funny, but it was pretty good. And then I saw that One Night in Miami. That was pretty good. Anybody hear about that?
No.
It's Regina King's first directorial debut. About.
Oh yes, that's supposed to be amazing.
It was really good. Yeah, Muhammad Ali, Malcolm X. The football player
Jim Brown,
and the singer. I can't remember the singer.
Stevie Wonder.
No, I can't remember her. But it was like one night of them in a hotel discussing what's going on with
Sam
around
Cooke.
them and each other. Sam Cooke.
Yeah, Jim Brown, Sam Cooke, Malcolm X, and Muhammad Ali hanging out.
The modern day Sam Cooke.
No,
different Sam
at
Cooke.
that era.
Of that era, okay.
Yeah.
Cool. That was really good. I think that was on Prime too, if I remember right.
And as a reiterate, Tenet. I don't think that's out on any free service yet, though.
Yeah.
But
I wanna talk
can we talk about Tenet now?
I don't think we
Talk
can
about
talk
Tenet,
about
I'm
it.
bouncing.
We can't talk about Tenet yet.
Yeah, well,
Watch
I'm
it, Richard?
bouncing soon anyway.
Hmm?
If you guys
Did
want
you
to
watch
talk
it?
about
Yeah. I loved Inception so much. I will break rules for Christopher Nolan. I mean, he's a personal friend after all, so of course I had to go
Yeah,
see
I mean, you were in his
Yeah,
I
it's
seen
part of his
it.
entourage.
in his
Oh,
circle.
time out. You were in Christopher Nolan's what?
You told this
I've
story.
told this story here. Surely I have.
I don't think so.
I don't.
You told the story. I remember the story.
It's not a particularly big story. When I was in the video game industry,
You know what? You have not told it on the boom. You told it on
Yeah, I was gonna say I haven't
you told
heard
it
it either.
on I think Meepleville or something maybe recently.
You go ahead
Oh.
and tell it. After he
Okay.
tells it, I'm gonna leave, but I do want to hear it before I go.
it doesn't really have a nice 3-act structure or anything.
Yeah.
I was in the video game industry. We were going all over the place pitching games, and one of them was to do the video game version of Inception. And Christopher Nolan really liked our pitch. So much so. Well, actually, wait, no. The first thing was we actually got to go see a pre-release of Inception before it was in theaters so that we could actually produce our pitch. And the only way that the Warner Games execs were able to do it was they're on the studio lot. The private screening room was set for one day, and they said, okay, you can go watch it. This will be your chance to see it, but you have to stay in the back row and you have to shut the fuck up the entire time and not say anything. And so we do, and we get there, and we're waiting for the movie to start, and we walk, oh, there's Leonardo DiCaprio and his whole family walking in. They booked the room for him and his family to see it, and they didn't know who the fuck we were. We were just some creepy execs or something sitting in the back, and we just stayed quiet. We avoided eye contact like we were told to, and just watched the movie. And then we had to wait until they all left before we could leave, and that's how I got to see it. So anyway, then I loved the movie. We made a pitch. Christopher Nolan liked it a lot, so much so that to help shepherd it through, he devoted a week where me, my boss, the lead writer of the company, I was the creative director, and our lead artist got to sit in a room with Christopher Nolan, his wife, Emma, his brother, Jonathan Nolan, the creator of Westworld, and basically just talk Inception for it was like 6 hours a day for 4 or 5 days as we walked through everything and got to ask him all kinds of questions. And how does this work? And what are your intentions for this? The most important question we asked, I don't remember, almost near the end, somebody was cheeky enough to say, so Chris, if this is all great. The movie, after the cut, did the top stay up?
Yeah, I know. That's
Did he answer you?
And his answer was, it depends on if they greenlight a sequel.
So there's an answer.
Yeah, that's
I thought it would be just like that wishy-washy shit that every movie's pulling these days, where there's no true ending.
You think
it's sad. The story.
Thank you, Aldi. I agree 100% with that. Just give me an ending, and let me decide whether or not I think that ending's worth a damn.
Yep.
I mean, just like can
I say anything about Tenet here, Richard, or is it a spoiler?
I've seen it. I could talk about it.
Well,
I don't care
right.
if somebody
There's
says
an
but Forrest already said he was going to bounce.
Yeah, and I'm going to bounce too because I haven't seen it yet. I don't know if
you
I
haven't
will or
heard
not,
the end of the story.
Oh, finish the story, Aldi. Or finish the story.
We
Richard.
continue. We do our pitch. I could actually show you guys the pitch video we did at one point, which he loved. And so it had to go to the Warner Brother game executives. And here's the deal. There was bad blood between Christopher Nolan and Warner Brother Games because he felt stiffed by them because he felt his Batman films led directly to the success of the Batman Arkham series.
Sure it did.
Totally.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he didn't get any credit for that?
Exactly. Yeah. He felt he did not have warm, fuzzy feelings for them, but still he was going. He wasn't part of the pitch. We did the pitch, but he stood on the star chamber of receiving the pitch and all that. It went well. And at the end of the pitch, the Warner Brother Games executives looked around and said, okay, can we have the room for a bit? And they wanted Christopher Nolan to leave the room too. And that was it. That instantly killed it. Chris, could we have the room? you don't ask Christopher Nolan to leave the room when talking about his baby. And so, as I understand it, he shut it down after that because he was so pissed off. I have no firsthand knowledge. That's circumstantial, but that is what we were led to believe. And it broke my heart because I was really excited about that game.
Yeah. That wouldn't surprise me.
Like they want to talk behind his back. Like it's his fucking game. It's his fucking property.
Yeah, I know.
Jesus.
And at that point, and to this day, he was still the biggest thing Warner Brother has. So you don't fuck with Christopher Nolan. But yeah, I was not actually there for the pitch. This is what my boss told me after the fact. So take it with a grain of salt. But yeah, we didn't get the project, and we were certain. I mean, that was in the bag. I mean, who gets to hang out with Christopher Nolan?
Like you put a week of 6-hour days in on a thing.
Yeah, and Christopher Nolan had better things to be doing too.
Oh yeah.
That's a shame because Nolan's Batman trilogy is probably the best thing Warner Brothers had going, and it probably still is the best thing they had going movie-wise, with the exception of maybe Wonder Woman 1. It's a shame that they treated him like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I sorry, like just movie related thing. I don't know if it was up there, but Disney Plus has a documentary called Empire of Dreams, and it's about the making of 4, 5, and 6 in Star Wars.
Ooh.
It's a little softball-y, and it comes across as very a lot of the stuff is going to be retread of things that you already knew, but it is really cool that they have like interviews with like Peter Mayhew and Carrie Fisher, and there's going to be things there that like there's talks with like the person who was like the only stunt double for like a week in Tunisia in Star Wars. So like all of the stunts were that guy, and he's talking about doing every single stunt and how beat up he got doing all the stunts. It's worth watching. If you are a Star Wars fan, it's good background noise, right? Like you can have it on and they'll say stuff you're like, yeah, I knew that already, or yeah, I knew that already. But then like every once in a while, like the scene where the Tusken Raider raises his gaffy stick above his head, goes as he's trying to like kill Luke. That's like basically an animated GIF. Like he didn't actually do that. If you watch it and you go back, they just rewound the film back and forth a few times to make him do it. I didn't know that. It was like, oh,
really?
Like,
oh, wow. Yep.
It was just a weird little thing I didn't know about Star Wars, and like
that is cool stuff. I made the mistake of watching Double Speed, the Skywalker Legacy documentary, which was basically the 2-hour thing about making Rise of Skywalker, or is that what it is? Return of Skywalker. And I guess it makes me like the movie a little bit more, just to see all the passion and all the work that went into it.
Too. Yeah.
But it mostly just made me sad seeing how much passion and brilliant, smart people and everything that went into that movie.
Yeah, I mean, they had to try to clean up the mess that was the movie before it. They just had no shot.
Oh, now you're making me not want to leave.
Pete wanted to get out. Every time he's out, we pull him back in.
Oh my God! Now you're talking my language. No, but seriously, go
all
ahead.
Right, no.
Talk about Tenet.
I have stated many times over that the people that enjoyed Last Jedi should enjoy it, and they should love it, and that's that.
Do you guys think
that was just low hanging fruit? I had to take my shot.
Do you guys think the story of what happened there will ever come out fully? Like Mark Hamill's not saying a word.
Please, no.
But no, I'm just curious. Like, what the disconnect between them was, or yeah, I doubt it, but we'll see. I want to ask you about the Batman thing too. Like the Snyder Cut has his thing, and then the Batman's
4 hours. Are you talking about the Justice League?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm hyped for that. 4 freaking hours. I
can't somehow make it worse. I mean,
I know, like, what is that supposed to fix it?
I actually enjoyed the first one, even though it was really disjointed.
I only ever watched the Superman one, and I thought the movie was fine, and I was like wondering why everybody was so upset about it. But so I never watched the original, so I don't know what was left out.
Well,
it made perfect sense to me.
Watch it as Zack Snyder wanted you to watch it.
I'll watch the 4 hour because I haven't seen the original either.
Yeah, I haven't either. I'll watch the cut as my first time.
But the Superman was fine.
Yeah. My only complaint about Man of Steel was the final act. I mean, the
The
ramp
end.
of destruction
Well, you can't
could
fix
have
a
been cut
stupid
down by 10 minutes.
You can't fix a stupid story.
Yeah.
I mean, it
Isn't
makes
that right, Lance?
Yeah.
I don't know. Man of Steel was
Pete
fine.
is such a no. He's trying to get you back to Star Wars bullshit.
No. I was.
Oh,
more,
you're not?
No,
He's
not
got a
at all.
plan. He's going to work us there.
No, not at all. Lance has stated his feelings for Last Jedi, and that you can argue whether that movie's fixable or not. I mean, Lance obviously doesn't think it is. So, I was more talking about the DC stuff.
Oh, okay.
You're just going to disconnect as soon as I talk. I'm not going to do it.
No. I've
I'll
already
redirect.
stated that I'm leaving. It's not a surprise, so it's not like I can get you with it.
Did anybody watch the 1988 Blob
The what?
movie? The 1988 Blob.
Yes,
Yeah.
I did.
See, Scott, you and I watched the same stuff because
Yeah,
Red
yeah,
Letter
but
Media did a
It
very
makes me
good
want to
cover of
watch it.
that.
Red Letter Media did like an hour breakdown on it. I'm like, oh man, I never
Yeah.
watched it.
You've never seen that?
No, I watched the original Blob,
Yeah. No, it's
which is
it's
super boring.
Yeah, the original is boring, but yeah, no, the remake by Darabont is it's good.
Yeah. Okay.
The original was black and white. What am I thinking?
No,
of?
it was color.
Okay, I'm thinking of another
It
movie.
was
with
Steve McQueen
James
was
Dean.
was it-
Steve
oh,
McQueen. Okay.
Stephen Queen.
Okay.
Stephen Queen was the teenager. He looks like he's
Yeah,
about
I see
40.
both of them then.
He's a teenager in that movie.
People age different back then, Scott. I said that before. Archie Bunker was 47. Yes.
He was really.
Yes.
I'm 47. Holy shit!
No, the character was 40. Carol
No,
O'Connor.
he was.
Carol O'Connor was 47.
Connell, yeah, he was
Oh, wow.
47 when he filmed it.
Good
I just have
gravy.
memories of him being just an old angry.
When
old
I
man.
watched that
Glenn
show as a kid, I thought he was
Miller
grandpa.
Songs that made the hit parade. Guys like us, we had it made.
Those were the days.
And
Copyright
you know
strike.
where you
Who's responsible for that?
Girls are girls, and men,
Men were men.
We could really use a man like Herbert Hoover again.
Now that guy
Didn't
in
need no
London
welfare
can't watch.
How does that
state.
song have anything to do with that show?
It
No, but here,
didn't.
but this is the line Riff gets. He goes, "Didn't need no welfare state. Everybody pulled his weight." And this is the line Riff gets. Gee, our old LaSalle ran great. Those were the days. Because the LaSalle was an old type of car.
Many memories of watching my grandparents watch that show.
Yeah,
Oh, okay. Not to get up on a total weird
Barney
tangent,
Miller.
but you know why All in the Family
Sanford
worked,
and
even
Son,
though they had a
Jeffersons.
complete and total bigot as the main character.
Mhm.
He always lost. He always got
Yeah.
made the fool.
Yeah, sure.
He
Yeah,
always
it was supposed to be a parody of him
Yeah.
that the audience, but the audience loved him.
Yeah,
Because
but
Carol O'Connor was
like every
incredibly
single time he'd say
charismatic.
something.
They were supposed to hate him, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it was one of the things where like no matter what, he was always wrong. He always lost. He was always made the butt of the joke in the end. He was always the fool. He was never like he none of his bigoted attitudes ever like won out in the end. He was always proven to be the a-hole. Like there's the famous one where like he had to get a blood transfusion and the only person in the hospital that had his blood type was his African-American nurse. And he found out that he got her blood. And of course, like, and he's just like, and she tells him that it was her blood, right? As she gives him a shot, like this, whatever shot right in his ass or something. And he's like, no, but yeah, always made the fool. Did you guys see that? I mean, I didn't even know it was a thing because it was on Quibi, and Quibi isn't a thing anymore.
It will be.
boy, it failed so quick.
I know.
No,
There's
somewhere.
a lot of good stuff on that.
Okay, but they during the during the lockdown, and which is still going on, obviously, they had like groups of actors got together and redid The Princess Bride scene by scene, each person just filming themselves in their own home.
Yeah.
I did remember see something.
And
about
then
that.
like of course, and then somebody finally put it all together and put it on YouTube, like from beginning to end.
I will watch
While
that
it was
tomorrow.
still on, they literally put their phone on the table and filmed their phone.
Yeah.
because that's the
It's
only
not
way
the
you can
greatest
share it.
quality, but
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh,
it's just
a
like
Quibi replay filmed.
yeah,
through a
it's
phone?
not the best quality in the world, but you can watch the whole thing from beginning to end, and they like you get to see different actors take on different roles. Like John Hamm at one point takes on the role of
Wesley?
Inigo.
Montoya.
Yeah. Carrie Elwes, like you're waiting for, and he shows up, but he shows up as Prince Humperdinck. You're just like, no, he's not. He doesn't play like his role.
Don't spoil it, but it was a very heartbreaking end.
Oh yes, I mean the end is very
heartwarming, and
it's heartwarming and sad, but
Yeah.
but it is done wonderfully and tastefully, and yes, I agree. I agree, Richard. The last little bit was well done. I mean, it opens up. Fred Savage plays Fred Savage role in the very first scene as him being old, sitting in the thing, and he's playing that stupid baseball computer. So yeah, you can find it on the YouTubes, and like you can watch the whole thing. Like I said, it's not the greatest.
I finally watched the movies now, so I can understand it.
You never watched The Princess Bride?
Not until a couple months ago. I watched it a couple months. Yeah, I watched it a couple months ago.
Where were you?
I can't believe I missed that whole. I mean, I
89?
missed that reference
sucked.
touchdown on my life.
Yeah.
Just
I gotta
passed
rewatch
me
it.
by.
I
I
haven't seen it in a
mean,
while.
passed me by.
Yeah, I mean that's
I haven't,
one of
I haven't
the,
seen Blues Brothers nor Firefly. Also, I'll rectify that. Yeah.
I mean, Blues Brothers, fine, whatever. But I mean,
yeah.
it's a
long running.
I mean, no, not Blues Brothers, fine. I mean, Firefly, fine, whatever. But Blues Brothers, just for like the sheer epicness of it. And
I mean, I think I know all the pieces of Blues Brothers. But
Oh
I never
yeah,
just watched the whole thing.
Steven Spielberg's cameo at the very end is excellent. As the state.
Does
county
anybody else have a movie they can share that they should watch and they have not or are ashamed of it?
Outland.
Oh, I have a ton of those. I like.
I'll tell you right now.
any of the
Track
classic
down and watch Outland, which is older. It's like a Sean Connery
That's not
movie
one of
from
those
like.
must watch. I mean, it's a great movie. Don't get me wrong.
Oh no,
but
that's
it's
not
not like
total. Outland is a total must watch for any sci-fi nerd. I mean,
Outlander.
It is. I mean, it is high
Outlander,
noon. High noon in space, basically, and it is fantastic. I could watch Outland over and over again. It is Sean Connery being like not really Sean Connery. I don't know.
Nah, that was Sean Connery.
It was, but it was
James
like
Bond.
It wasn't his James Bond. James Bond was a totally different character. He
No,
did
he was
a lot
pretty
of
smart.
goofy.
He's pretty smart in that movie, isn't he?
Yeah, but I mean, he did a lot of goofy one-off characters like that.
Zardoz.
Yeah.
Give us something. Give me something, Grant. I'll tell you. I'll decide whether or not it's valid.
If you look at like AFI's top 100 movies of all time, like
I don't want AFI's top 100 movies. I want Grant Lyon's top 100.
I'm just saying, like the classic movie. Like I've never seen Citizen Kane. I've never seen Gone with the Wind. I've never seen Lawrence of Arabia. I've never seen Casablanca. I've never seen The Terminator. I've never seen.
That one you have to watch.
Wait.
The other ones, forget about.
I've got one before I leave.
To watch all of them. Actually, there's a reason they're on the list.
I got a movie for you guys before I leave, and I know Lance has seen it because when I mentioned it a while back, he's like, "Great pull." Christopher Lambert's The Hunted. If you haven't seen Christopher Lambert's,
is that the in Japan?
Yes.
Oh yeah,
it is such a under the radar
I don't know.
movie.
Maybe it's garbage, but I loved it as a teenager.
Yeah.
What is it?
Christopher Lambert's The Hunted. It's not The Hunted that you'll get if you Google. You have to really dig for the one by Christopher Lambert, the guy who played the Highlander. But it's an old, 90s film?
Yeah, it was like 92, 93.
I was a huge Highlander fan, so I watched all of his movies, and that was the diamond in the rough that I was like, wow, this one has got everything. Like good action.
That one was worth your time to watch.
It's worth your time to watch if you can find it.
It's worth your time to watch the ninjas killing everybody on the train while fighting the samurai scene.
Stop.
No,
there's nowhere to watch it.
You'll never see my face, samurai.
You will not see my face, samurai. And the fact that he after she does it, he just does this. He just clearly goes. That's all he does.
I think I have the DVD somewhere in my basement. If I find it, I will send it to you if you aren't unable to. Yeah, I'll
find it.
It is such a good movie, and it's very underrated. And it's only because Christopher Lambert's movie success outside of Highlander 1 has been very sketch. So a lot of it flew under the radar, but I highly recommend it. And on that note, I'm out. Everyone have a good week. I will see you all next weekend.
Adios, Pete.
Whoa, Pete! Pete!
What?
Whoa! I just looked it up. The Hunted was directed by the same director as Pretty Woman.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they're functionally the same movie.
Yeah. And
that's a good one to leave on.
Yeah.
I did say there would be 2 movies. So The Hunted is one, and then for those of you who haven't seen The Last Jedi, have fun.
Bill Maher's
tried
Pizza
so
Man.
hard.
He directed Bill Maher's Pizza Man too. I mean, come on, that's a classic.
That's a hell of a filmography.
God, I mean, I'm trying to think of like.
Bill Maher
Come on,
made a
Grant, give me one of yours. I don't want to hear an AFI top 100. I want to hear a Grant Diamond in the Rough movie.
Oh, like
Well, it wasn't directed; it was written by.
I was
That's even
saying
weirder,
ones that I
written
hadn't
by.
seen. Are you asking me, Lance, for one of like my favorite movies that I think
Just a movie that you don't think a lot of people have watched that like really like
Bottle Rocket. Bottle Rocket is
That's a
one of
good
the
movie.
funniest movies of all time, and a lot of people don't know.
If you
I
could,
love
if you could take out the interminable 17 hours of him following the maid from room to room in the hotel, I would agree. That's like the one spot I'll fast forward by. But I mean,
Yeah,
yes.
that movie is so funny, and there are so many little subtle jokes in it that you will not get the first time you watch it. Like, for instance, just like one of my favorite moments, and I probably didn't even notice it till like the 3rd time I watched the movie, is they're like, when they're planning the heist, they're driving and they're like talking about plans, and then the guy in the back seat is like, "Oh, that was a stop sign."
yeah. I just remember that like
What was the name of the
he has that guy that's the safe cracker. And he comes
Applejack or
up and
something?
he's just like he's just
Kumar.
like he's like I don't know, man. I think I
lost it.
I lost it. Did you ever have it?
You never lost it because you never had it to begin with.
What I never knew about Bottle Rocket until recently is it's actually co-written by Owen Wilson, and Owen Wilson was his co-writer for all of his early movies, which is
they were
really amazing to me.
roommates.
Yeah.
And Bottle Rocket was a short film, which you can actually find online. It's like a 25-minute short film that they made. The short film got into Sundance, and then they got funding for a feature film because of that.
Yeah,
shot in Dallas too.
Yeah. So, and the short film is interesting to watch. I mean, the short film is essentially like the first 20 minutes of the movie. Oh, it's kind of
watch it again. I haven't watched it in a long time.
No, it's been a while
Like
since
20
I've seen
years.
it too.
Boy, I love that movie.
It's been a chunk of time. I mean, I'm kind of a Wes Anderson like apologist, even for the movies that just like kind of seem to like lose their way, for me.
I mean,
wait, which one?
What's to apologize for?
Well, I mean, it goes by like for me, it's like it doesn't get any better than Royal Tenenbaums. It's just
Grand Budapest for me.
And then Grand Budapest is right behind Royal. It's just it's like, and then you go to Rushmore, but every once in a while,
You're
Steve
putting Bottle
Zissou
Rocket
pops ahead.
low?
Every once in a while, Steve Zissou pops ahead of Rushmore. It just depends on my mood. I still remember to this day. I remember I convinced it was like Christmas Day. My younger brother is a big Wes Anderson guy. I'm a big Wes Anderson guy. We convinced my dad to go to Steve Zissou with us. We're walking out of the movie. He goes, "Oh, well, thanks for bringing me this piece of shit."
Wasting 3 hours of my life.
Yeah,
I think that movie's really funny. I love it.
It is.
It is. And there are 2 moments in the movie that make me cry every single time I watch it. I mean, it just does. It finds some spot in my soul and drags the tears out of me. But then Darjeeling just doesn't hit for me. It just doesn't.
No, I think that's his worst one.
Same.
It
You could tell they wanted to because they made that story like the way it was told, and
Yeah.
it just has it's so.
Though I will say Wes Anderson made a short film that aired in front of Darjeeling Limited, and you can find the short film online.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Natalie Portman one, and I actually legit really like that short film.
Yeah, it's weird. But no. I mean, Grand Budapest is. I gotta watch that again. I've only seen it twice.
So good.
But yeah, Budapest is just a hair behind because Hackman is just so delightfully coarse and real. I mean, just like he's so.
Is it Hotel Chevalier?
Yes.
Yeah.
One? Okay.
Yep. And then I really liked Island for Dogs too. I mean, even though, but like his Fantastic Mr. Fox and Island for Dogs, it's like I kind of put those not as like I can't list them in the other, right? Just because they're still his movies, and I can definitely see them as being Wes Anderson movies, but because they're animated, it just feels they don't feel like they're in the other group, right? It just doesn't feel the same. So I just kind of have them off to the side, and I recognize their brilliance, and I enjoy the world that he takes me to with that. But
I understand what you're saying though about being like an apologist. He's definitely there are times in his movies you're like, is this a movie or a tutorial on production design? You know, like.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about the thing I really like that brings me back to Budapest, where like I know if I probably watched it again, I would probably put it ahead of Tenenbaums, but because I haven't seen it in a while, and I've seen Tenenbaums fairly recently, is that like when you realize that like you're watching a movie that's being read by somebody in a park that's actually like a letter that's being sent. It's like weird, like the layers of what you're watching.
It's Wes Anderson Inception.
Yeah, basically. I mean, it's like you want because it's like that girl goes to the park and sits down and opens up the book and starts reading it, and the book is actually being dictated or whatever, and then it's like actually that, so it's like there's all these different layers of the story that you get to, and eventually you get to it, and you're just like, yeah, I
legit really like Moonrise Kingdom. You know, I think
I like it too.
Yeah, that would be one of my favorites. I love it.
Moonrise is, but it's like Moonrise is after Steve Zissou for me.
Well, Lance, the real question is, where is Midnight Coterie of Sinister Intruders? Which you don't know?
Not applicable.
Out of the top of it.
Yeah. No, I mean, I drag my wife to all the Wes Anderson movies. It's so weird for me to like be able to watch them. It's like we have all our, well, now of course you can't watch movies, but I mean, but we have our our movie theaters, like our Marcus theaters, all of them. And then there's the if you type in the Fargo Theater, it's like a landmark place, and it's still a theater. It's like it's been there for over 100 years. They still show movies, but they get the weird stuff, and like so when they get the Wes Anderson stuff that doesn't get big releases and stuff like that. So they play those.
Royal Tenenbaums was my first date with Michelle.
Yeah,
did your first what?
Really?
Date. Yeah, first date.
Wow.
We were supposed to go to the movie at like 8:00, and it was sold out, so we had to like burn 2 hours for the next. That was the next seating, which was not a bad thing.
Wow.
Exactly.
We got nothing to do for 2 hours, baby.
No.
My first movie with Jeff was the Strangers at Blue.
I don't even know that one.
It was Liv Tyler, and basically Liv Tyler.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Are we going down this path about our movies with their significant
The Strangers, and apparently it did well enough to make a sequel.
I dragged my wife all those years ago to the Aqua Teen Hunger Force movie, and she still went on another date with me.
That was a great movie. That was a great movie.
The Aqua Teen Hunger
you.
Force movie is a very good movie, but you have to like Aqua Teen Hunger Force to get through that movie.
Yeah, that's fair. That's totally fair. I went to see one of the X-Men's with my wife, where like it not like one of the first cheesier ones, but when they started to take it a little bit more serious. But I don't remember which one it was because I was so fucking hammered. Because we went to Georgia. No, it was so bad. My wife's just saying. We went to German Fest first, so I already had like a pitcher and a half of beer in me, and then I was like, "Oh my god, dear! Like I got to show you this trick. We got to smuggle in beer." And so we stopped in the liquor store on the fucking way there. God, my wife's a saint. But yeah, and I got so drunk, I ended up falling asleep.
Wait, you're
during
drinking
the movie.
beer in the theater?
Oh yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Because
Why
yeah,
not?
I was 24, 25. I mean, what the hell? But yeah. First date with my wife. Not first date, but the first movie date was that one.
There was the Fargo Theater, like it's right downtown. It's right next to several bars, and like I had a buddy who was a bouncer at one of them, and we'd like so every October, and once again, not recently, but they would do midnight showing monsters, right? And so we would go. So we'd go, and I'd go to the bar that he worked at, and like for any kind of movies that like you wouldn't like oh, I never saw Halloween in a movie theater, right? So you can go and you can actually see Halloween in a movie theater and watch it on big screen and stuff like that. But I remember we'd always, we just and then plus my dad's cousin actually runs the Fargo Theater, so like I rarely would have to pay for the movies anyway. I would just walk in and they'd know. But we'd always have a 6-pack underneath there, and we'd go. Like I remember like in every October they show Jaws, the original Jaws, in a movie theater, and we go see that just because Jaws is like one of my top movies of all time, and it's like watching in the movie theater is glorious as compared to sitting at home. Well, now sitting at home, you got So here's a weird story. When my wife and I first started dating, for the I can't even talk for Black Friday, we started dating like in October, and then Black Friday came up, and like in my apartment, I didn't have a flat screen TV, and they had, of course, there's a Black Friday deal at Best Buy, get a 32-inch flat screen TV for $299. It was like a huge deal. This is like 15 years ago, and we got this thing, and that TV just continued to work and work and work and work and work, and it didn't die. It was like 720 HD. It wasn't like anything special, but it finally I finally cashed out like 2 weeks ago. I was like, we got almost a decade and a half out of this thing. And then I was like, well, I'll go get another TV. And she's like, well, you think we got enough money? I was like, I look up, it's like, yeah, here's a 32-inch, 14, HD.
$20.
Yeah, it's like $129.
At some point, they're just going to be given away.
Yeah. It's just
all the streaming services will want to be part of it.
Did you hear there's a guy during quarantine, he figured out a way to make fish scales in the LEDs for the TV. It was weird.
That sounds like something Forrest would come up with.
No, I'm serious. Yeah.
No, really. All you do is take these fish scales, you add a little bit of turpentine. Jeremy, it's good to see you, man.
Yeah, I figure I'd pop in and see you, man. Sorry for your loss, man.
Yeah, I appreciate you saying so, brother. I appreciate that very much. You've had an interesting week or two.
Yeah, it's been a fucking run, bro.
I won't ask any questions, but do you care to talk about any of it?
It's been a run, man. It's just a lot of things going on, and unfortunately, I've been involved in that stuff, and some of it's been, I don't know. It's just been tough. Let's just say
For
that.
what it's worth, man, I appreciate your courage. I mean, I'm not saying this just because it's the right thing to say. I do appreciate your courage and your willingness to speak out and put yourself on the line, because by saying that stuff, you're just inviting every fucking asshole with a keyboard to take the time to reach out and try to tear you down. So
yeah, it's been pretty crazy. Kind of shows you where things are, So yeah, it kind of shows you where things are, but like it comes with a cost, man. You say you do some shit, you do things. There's always going to be a consequence, right? You gotta. Yeah. It could be a good thing or it could be a bad thing. There's consequences to your choices, so you got to make the right. You got to make choices and kind of deal with what it is.
Yeah. I'm not gonna go into any. I'm pretty sure if anybody's watching this, they could just Google it and they could probably figure it out on their own. So, but Yeah, I mean, so all right. Well, good. You play any games recently, there, buddy?
A shit ton of games, but yeah. I mean, of course, I'm the king of plastic right now because I played Primal. I've had Primal on my table here for.
What makes that game good? What makes that game good?
Okay,
because Jeremy said it's good. That's what makes.
No,
it
I
good.
mean, I'm sure there's a
Well, he
reason.
hasn't said it's good yet.
Stop it. All right. So this is the thing about this game. Oh, Richard, you know how I feel about this game. You got to be kidding me. We don't even have to talk about this.
I could guess because I played it.
Yeah, I know. You know, we don't need to talk about it. But this game right here has something that, if you like Marvel Champions, you'll just like this type of game. Because if you like that kind of card comboing thing, you'll like it. I don't think it's exactly like Marvel Champions, but the people who like Marvel Champions will be like, yes, this is awesome, like right away. But I love the way these cards play out because it's not just keywords like a lot of these types of card games are, like play this keyword, whatever. It's not just that. It's the sequence you play them in, and then like how those cards trigger backwards or forwards depending on what they have. Or they'll say, hey, you get this card, go get a card with that name on it, and then you play that to your sequence. They have all these little things that get you going in and out of your deck, plus positioning and that timing of how you're going to get the bosses to kind of turn somebody else's way so that they can expose a side. And then it's kind of like this positioning thing of how the bosses are open on certain parts and then they're not. And that changes as the fight happens. And there's like a little thematic touch to each boss where it's like something can happen. You'll have an objective. That the prologue one is a dragon that like shoots fire at these when it gets agitated, sort of, which kind of makes it harder for you to be on that tile. But what you can do is when you're behind them, somebody can hit him on the tail, chop his tail off. And now when these certain cards trigger, like this one for the tail, you'll flip it over, it'll do something. But if his tail is cut off, he actually bleeds and he gets like,
right.
He loses
a
health.
little king
right.
in there.
Or like this guy right here, he's got rocks on the surface, rocks around the thing. And then when you get his cards to trigger, which you can actually make trigger or kind of make it so it works out your way.
Yeah, he's stupid enough that you can lead him into traps, kind of.
Right. You can make him bash his own head, sort of like hit his head, get dizzy, like you're fighting a boss. Like it has these, very video game-ish things going on. But I find that Kingdom Death Monster is one of my favorite games ever.
Really? I didn't know that.
I find this
very interested in hearing you compare the two then.
I find this game so much deeper.
Yes, I agree.
Really?
It's
Kingdom
so
Death
much.
Monster is pretty deep.
I don't think Kingdom Death Monster is pretty deep. I think it's a heavy upkeep game.
Yeah.
I don't think it's deep though. I just think it's a lot.
I guess I haven't seen.
You're comparing the combat to the combat though when you say that, right?
Yeah, because I think this combat is super deep. I mean, like, don't get me wrong, like Kingdom Death Monster, you have different items, and those items are going to help you with chances and a lot of stuff, right? And the weapons that you have are going to have like a certain pass check kind of thing, right? You chuck the dice, pass check, you don't, right? If you do pass a check, you flip a card over. That shit ain't flying in this game. Like this, right? That shit ain't flying in this game. So I mean, like attack cards are going to be in each person's deck. So you want to play attack cards, but you also want to have defense prepared because as these monsters get more agitated, they struggle more, they get stronger. So you got to cover your ass. And you're thinking to yourself like, all right, well, I might want to. I want to play an attack card, but I don't want to possibly pay the price. So maybe I'll just set up my defense and then I'll get that person pulling my way and then they can get behind them and then they can play their offense. We won't worry about it. And there's like a kind of a thinking play there. I think this game is actually pretty good for table talk, like really good table talk.
Oh, it really pushes cooperation more than most.
It pushes cooperation. Whereas like Kingdom Death Monster is kind of sort of like, hey, I'll just sit back, smack my bow. This one I'll sit here. Since there's only like 4 places you can go and you really can only move one spot per turn. So it's not like you can go 1, 2, 3. Like you can't 1, 2, 3. You move once or you stay where you are and stand your ground. And I just feel like the weapons and the items, because these actually have like different skills on them. They have things they're great against and things they're bad against. Like there's more going on.
That looks like a KDM card.
Yeah, but it looks like a KDM cart, though, right?
But it totally
looks like the exact same thing as a KDM cart.
Yeah.
So there you go. That's where I'm like you guys could have tried a little bit harder. Like you could have made them like a diamond or something.
Does it have the gear grid where certain gear works better with other gear, and like if you put them in the same?
Okay, so here's the deal. It has so I know what you're thinking here. So these come from a specific forge. So like in KDM, you have your different buildings that you have that produce different stuff, right? You start beating certain monsters, you pull their guts out and make the right things, right? This one has the theme of the different types. So right here they have the fire one, and they will have abilities that you get, but if you have fire, it amplifies them. This one actually doesn't matter. Oh, this one does, but the other one does not. Like you just have this. Yeah, this one you just have. It says when you suffer damage, you may discard the top card. If the card is red, then you may add it to your hand. So it's probably just based on the fact that it's a color red, not fire.
Right.
But you definitely want to pay attention to what is strong and weak to, which would probably have to do with the fire element. So it's like it's just got more. It's more.
Does it have the meta in between fights?
That's what it's. Correct me if I'm wrong. It's much weaker in that, right?
Yes, that's what it's not doing. So it's not asking for all the like I said, it's lower upkeep.
Yeah. I mean, we would spend like a 20 minutes fighting and then an hour figuring
out. Right. So like I love Kingdom F Monster because of that. Like I like to spend my hour and a half with all my guts and all that stuff. But this game,
discovering things.
This game in the bosses that like these. They're just basically events. It's just so interesting. It feels they're just so interesting.
It's like Aeon's End actually appears physically in front of you.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just,
nothing's abstracted. It's got the really deep gameplay, the really great combo stuff, the really fantastic cooperative nature, and smart, interesting enemies that feel like they have sentience, like they're actually doing things of their own volition, and you can anticipate. I mean, because of the way the systems work. But then it looks gorgeous too, because there's gigantic minis and all of that. So it has that Kingdom Death.
Are those minis pre-formed altogether? Are they one pieces, or you have to go?
They're one pieces now.
That's good.
Yeah, the two that we have.
That's the thing about Kingdom Death is like those damn minis.
Yeah, I know.
They're like expert projects. Yeah.
Yeah. I tell people with KDM, if you like KDM, that was back when I was first getting in, and I always say if you can play KDM and it's your first board game, you've actually ventured to every part of the hobby at that point. Pretty much. So
I would say the ideal game is the combat from Primal and the world building from KDM.
Yeah.
Because it seems that after we had the big fight and that took us an hour and it was great and it was really deep. Oh, and we got some scales and we got some body parts and we, and whatever. And now the system is you go to the village, you draw an event card. Oh, some event happens. It's good or bad or whatever. And then, what can we build? What can we make? And then, now where are we going to go fight next? That's pretty much it.
Yeah, they didn't give us those. Though.
That's KDM too.
Yeah, I know. I'm just reading between the lines from what it was in the rule book.
They didn't give us events. That's one thing you can't explain. So,
well, you have 2 quest cards.
We got quest cards, but we didn't get we didn't get what happens. Like what happens.
It would have been nice to see a couple of these events that the rules talk about. Definitely.
Can you hold that card up again? Is that like how to build stuff?
Yeah, that's your menu.
So
that's KDM.
Yeah. Oh, he's totally influenced and inspired by it. There's no two ways.
I think they were tired of waiting for a KDM because when KDM came out, there was all this talk of doing like 20 other games using the system, but nothing has happened.
Oh,
yeah. How many years has it been now? 5, 6?
But
there was a lot of talk about using that system.
Dude, this guy, like when you pull off. It feels so good to pull off some of these car combos, man. Yeah. Like this offensive guy, like literally, there's like a guy. He's just like got a big ass Buster sword, and he just, man, when you
Buster
get his
sword,
like a big, By the way, I say it several times to people. I'm like, why do I keep saying Buster sword?
Because it's a giant, oversized sword.
Yeah. I like it.
It is what it is.
I'm sure the comments will come.
Final Fantasy.
By the way, weird content rollout by the way. Mine has to upload today.
What?
Yeah,
He told you to wait?
to the 21st.
I bet he's spacing them. So I got a question for you.
Wow.
I had a conversation with myself on the Kickstarter critique about this.
I was trying to listen to you, man. My boss is bothering me.
What do you think about the $168 price tag? Because I feel like they're trying to hide it, and now that they've raised over $1.5 million, I feel like they need to slap that right on the front and pique people's interest to be like, really, $168? And people
No, actually, that was the part I heard, and I was just like, no, no, buddy. I think. I'll just say this is what I felt. I've been waiting for the game for a year. I played the game. I was like, holy shit, this surpassed what I thought it would be. And how much is this going to be? And I said to myself, 150. Then I saw the preview page and I was like, slightly more. Like, slightly more. Ulfsworn level, 175. It ended up being exactly that. Like it was like 180, maybe. What is it? 180 or something like that. If you get the base. So I don't think that's insane.
Here's my line of thinking.
Here's a problem. Here's a problem. You're not holding these. I'm holding these. I'm not. You're not holding what I'm holding. So that's a thing. Like if I told you I had these and I'm holding all the miniatures and maybe they sent me like 6 of the monsters and I could show you something. And I can tell people like, oh shit, if this is just the size of this one, and then you get one that's like this size, it's a thing. I am not really a minis person.
No, my question is, do you think they should? What do you think they should do with the price? Because right now in the Kickstarter, I feel like they're hiding it. You pretty much have to scroll over to the side to see it. I feel like they have so much buzz going right now. They need to advertise that price because right now they're not just on the top of tabletop games. They're near the top of games, period. And I think if people see this, because most of the time with these huge Kickstarters, they don't put that massive price right up there. I feel like they should do that so people would be like, what the fuck?
I wouldn't do that. But I will tell you, though, they had the right game for early bird.
Yes, absolutely.
Like, that's not the move you want to do, but they had the right game for
I feel like early bird things.
The early bird is like $60 off. It's ridiculous.
Oh my god! Wow.
Early bird is kind of nuts.
That makes me not want to back it now because I don't have the early bird. I got to pay $60.
Yeah, that early bird was kind of fucking nuts. I was like, that's a big
and look, they got almost 5,298 backers with the early bird.
Yeah. I was like, holy shit, that's a lot of money. That's because
it was the time thing, which I think is a smart move.
239.
Well, that pisses me off actually.
Oh, it does.
Yeah, I mean, like
100%. Why are 5,000 people getting a cheaper price and I got to pay more?
Oh, I'm making shit up here. It's 239.
It's 10 euros.
249. So
that's not a big deal.
That's not a big
deal.
Still
pisses me off though.
Plus, there's no real like day one. It's just like, hey, you get this.
So perfect example on that, and then you can take whatever you want into this. We had a thing that for our Connor Rising, if you signed up to be notified, we would give you these like 3 promo cards, which would cost you $5 normally. We would give you 3 promo cards for free. Otherwise, you got to pay $5 if you want those promo cards.
Okay.
All you had to do is sign up on our website, and you would get it. That's all you had to do. Sign up to be notified on launch.
That's all we got to do.
I still get emails today from people saying, "Why do I got to spend $5 to get this? Why did you give this free?" It's just kind of like, because you didn't sign up. You had to go to a website. You had to put in your email address and hit enter, and then we would have given you a $5 credit.
There's no pleasing them, as I always say. There's no pleasing them. It's like people are already asking for, like, I don't want these big minis. Can you make a standee version?
Oh, I'm getting deluged by that on my video.
That's great for you, but honestly, they're making a game that they're literally going for big. That's what they're going for. That's it. Like, that's what they're going for. So I'm not saying you're not allowed to the party. I'm not saying that you couldn't make a big old cardboard, fit in thing. But that's what they're going for. and it's a hefty price tag, whether it's chips in chip theory or it's big plastic or just a whole bunch of boards in Gloomhaven and fucking just whatever they're going for, that's what they're going for. And I always tell customers, you're either going for the ride or you're not. They can't necessarily always bend to that. There's only so much that can go in a box, and sometimes you can't change the box in the last minute. You can't do certain things, and I just don't know if that's necessarily possible. I don't even know how Isaac made a standees version, and somehow
I'm sure he regretted it.
I'm like fairly certain because it was so late, and I was like, how the fuck did he figure this out? Like,
it probably cost him. I bet
don't get me wrong.
I'm
don't
sure
get
he
me wrong.
lost money
Isaac,
off of having the multiple SKUs, seeing as how almost nobody wanted it, almost
Right.
nobody buys it, but
Right.
he has to support it.
Right. This is crazy because I was like, I mean, he's a smart dude, so I'm like, he figured this shit out, but he lost some money. And I don't know if that's worth it. It's like now you probably have all those sitting in the warehouse somewhere, and like,
Yeah. No, I mean, on my videos, I see a lot of people saying, "Well, Cool Mini or not, when they do them, they have multiple different SKUs." I'm like, yeah, they're well established.
Yeah.
They're not doing their second game from one dude in Italy trying to do all this by himself.
One dude.
Yeah.
Just realize that Adam Poots started somewhere too. That's crazy.
Well, I'm sure, I'm sure he could if everybody'd be comfortable with waiting 7 years to get it.
Yeah, I mean, like, what Isaac? It was just him and his wife, right? Just him and his wife? Yeah. I mean, when I was emailing him, like, hey, you know what? I just want to find out what's going on. He's like, you're about the most patient person that sent me email. I wonder if I still have that email because he was just like, you're the kindest person I spoke to this couple of weeks. People are killing me. Yeah. I was like, I can't believe he did that all by himself to start out.
To your point about the cards earlier, I mean, it's like three.
Hey, John.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, John.
It's about $2.50 or $3 to capture an email, per sign up, like you were saying earlier too.
Yeah.
From a marketing perspective.
Yeah. No, I mean, and the thing
5
is
is
that,
fair.
no, and it's one of those things where it's like, well, then don't sign up. I mean, it's 3 promo cards that you're not even gonna care about. That you probably won't even. It won't even matter to you that they're not.
We care about them, Lance. We care.
I know, but I mean,
is that the only way to get them? Was early bird?
Well, I mean, but it's not truly an early bird, right? It was just go to this site, sign up your name.
Oh,
the thing is that actually pushed like a good 300% more people than normal to sign up for the game.
The FOMO, man.
I wanted to talk to Peter about this because I don't know if he like cares that much, but I'm sure it's factored into what they do. But like, I can't think of one Kickstarter you've done either with this. But I'm gonna ask you anyway because you know shit, right? How do publishers make? And I'm saying this totally out of English. Do they make money on painted stuff? Like it seems like something that would have such a low margin. Like so say like I had a minis game. It's like, hey, for an extra X, it just seems like it'll appease people, but it doesn't seem like you would make.
So most painted models, it's extremely costly to do it, and it's done. I've seen the videos, and it's actually kind of, I don't know, it kind of saddens me a bit because like you see a line of people. Just
this kid standing there.
No, it's like you will
probably China, right?
Yeah, it's all in China, and you see these Chinese people, and they are, and it is a process. Like it's like there's like these people are doing the mage today, and it's like, and they have a pot of paint that's only that paint, and it's just like, and it's your job is the robes, and they almost all have the like glasses to let them, or they have a magnifying glass, and they're all like this, and it's just like, and all of them have the brace on their hands because they're eating like this all day long, and they're and it's just, and then they get done, and then they put it over to the upstairs, and this guy's doing the staff and the sandals because he's got the brown, the staff, the sandals, and he hands it to the person to the right, and it's just like, and they do hundreds of them, right, and thousands of them. When you get your D&D painted minis, I don't think that's even a thing anymore. But like when you got that's who painted those. I mean, and there's something to be said.
Labor.
I mean, and I realize
$5
and I fully realize that this is something that like lately, especially in the last couple of days, there have been a lot of people like saying, "Oh, this is what you're going to get upset about," but nobody seems to get upset about the fact that all of our board games are made in China, where people are basically slave labor putting this stuff together for us.
Yeah.
But you gladly purchase it and you gladly buy it and you put it, and you're happy to be part of it. And the thing is, there is some truth to that. Is it a bit of a straw man argument? Absolutely. But the thing is that I don't have a good answer to that, right? I don't.
You don't have a good answer, right?
No, you don't have a good answer to that. I mean, the computers that we're using right now, the TVs we watch, of all these shows that we're talking about that we've been watching, I mean,
medications.
They're all being made by people that are definitely in a worse situation because
there's no my total resistance is like, you literally are using the worst argument ever, because we, our American workers, won't allow you to make it here. We will charge your ass up the wazoo to make it here. So don't play that role. Because if I tell you, hey, put this together, and I tell you I need to pay you $7, you're gonna say F you. Dude.
You mean like 7 cents?
Right. And it's like,
it's a factor.
I need you to do this. I'm trying to pay you a fair wage so I can eventually make money. But no, these people can do it for this. I mean, sorry, man. It's just that's the law. That's how it works, man. Unfortunately, that's how the laws work.
I think we have to I think we have to view it in a really positive way, right? Because a lot of countries that are struggling have large families, and with all of them working, it allows one of them to go to college. And when that person goes to college and gets a great job, he can put the next couple through school. And every industrialized country has to go through these growing pains, and it's sad, and we have to be compassionate, but I think it is for the best, the alternative is having no job.
So I say there's having, even when we were sort of close to homeless or homeless, we still had something. There are people who have nothing.
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing except for what you give them. That's it. They don't have something. They don't, that's it. That's what I do. Like if I had a guy, we were a couple weeks, actually, no, it was probably last week. And this guy was standing there and I said, I wish I had my fucking jacket in the back. Cause I would just give him this jacket. I was about to give it away. I was about to send it to Goodwill. And I was like, he would probably just, if he was looking for money and I gave him that jacket, he would probably take that jacket and be gone. This jacket was a decent jacket. It was a nice thick jacket. My wife was trying to tell me to get rid of this damn jacket. And I was like, he doesn't have anything. That's the sucky part. People are looking at someone who does not have anything. And that's tough, man. So if you have a job of some sort and you make anything, I mean, it makes me, I guess
I wish I knew more about the globalist impact. What is it like being a factory worker in China? Is it great?
Yes. Yeah.
I can get you in touch with my younger brother.
I don't think it's all bad though.
No. Before you say anything, Jeremy, my younger brother Eric, he spent 4 years in China for the Peace Corps, and he talked to people from all walks of life. If I can set up a meeting with you, and he's done like conversations and speeches and podcasts and things like that about just how bad the Chinese factory workers have and how bad the conditions are. Yeah. And they are. I mean, there's going to be exceptions to every rule. You're going to have employers that are going to care about their employees, and they're going to try to be, but there's a lot of abuse going on.
Oh yeah.
And typically, a lot of Chinese workers, to the best of my understanding, most of them are from rural areas. So they come to the big cities, and then they live there basically in groups, large groups in small rooms. and then like Chinese New Year, which is coming up, and so on and so forth, and they travel back to their families. So they're away from their families and they're suffering, like you said, you know.
Oh, yeah, I mean, they literally have the whole company store stuff going on that we had during the Great Depression, you know, where it's like, oh, we have a campus that you live on. They have you can't kill yourself nets coming out of the sides of the building, so they can't leap out the windows.
Yeah.
They'll land in a net instead of dying. I mean, yeah, that's
think about the stress they're under. Them cities didn't exist 15 years ago. You know, they're constantly building to pull people in to keep up with demand. So they're cutting safety.
And I would say everybody here in this conversation right now, we all like have a great deal of empathy for people that are like, you know, but and I am 100% to blame for this, and I'm not trying to put anybody down. I just was talking about how I got a 32-inch flat screen TV for $120 because it was super cheap. You know why I got that super cheap? Because the people that made it and put it together for me were paid probably 50 cents an hour, and you know, and they're breaking their backs to do it. But I bury my head in the sand and I'm just like, woohoo, $120 TV. You know,
I feel you, man.
That's probably our whole economy.
It is. I think it'll change eventually. I mean,
what'd you say? What'd you say, Aldi? I'm sorry.
I said our whole economy is based on cheap goods from China.
Yeah.
And I don't know how that, honestly, without going too deep in this, like, I don't even know how do we own our own stuff? You know, it's like, how do we do that? Which is not, like, to be honest with you, that's not the solution either, right? It's not the solution either, because it just perpetuates the problem. Right. It'd be worse for us because we've already overpopulated and overbuilt ourselves anyway. Like, they would rather leave Irontown the way it is versus like, hey, let's refresh Irontown. You know, like, you know, you know,
ooh, that sounds like a game. I want to play Irontown.
You know, like now. Milwaukee is great, but now it's like overbuilt, so it's like they don't want to bring everything from Miller.
Jeremy, I want you to design Irontown the game, and I want there to be a refresh action. I want there to be like a refresh action that costs way too much, but it's the right thing to do. But you'll earn less points.
You're going to earn less points because of it. That would be
You're gonna have.
Do you want to refresh Irontown and work hard to get some new resources and better quality, or do you just want to flush everything into the river? And
I got a color palette for you. So I am working on an idea for a board game, by the way. So I'm really excited.
Don't do
I'm
it.
really excited about it. I'm really excited.
Wow.
How far are you?
Can I give you a little half-ass? Can I give you a little half-ass pitch at least?
Pitch.
All right.
Don't get in the elevator.
Pitch. All right. So the game is about like a kind of a walk of life, like a circle of life. So you start out. Think about Pursuit of Happiness ish. Okay, ish. So you will play 3 different games. Okay, so you'll play one that represents your younger-ish life, one that will represent your middle life, and then one that is like you basically leading into old age and dying. You actually will die at the end of the game, and some people will, in rare instances, survive. And that will be your tale, your life. It's also going to have elements of fable as well. So that kind of telling that story. I
remember you asking about this a month ago, yeah.
Right. So the whole idea is it's like a game where the first game is like a very easier game where it's like a deck construction game. You will be balancing your life out and kind of like attributing yourself to like these, like doing like basically collecting sets of cards, turning those in, and then making yourself more in line with a certain god. Sort. Risha is what they're called, their African god. And you will align yourself with them. And then you'll basically build this deck that you have. It'll be your traits. All right. So then you'll have like, I'm more in line with this, I'm in line with that. And this is my deck that represents that. So this has been done in every game, right? So then you take that and you move into another game, which is a worker placement game. And the cards you'll use will help you, do different actions and stuff in this worker placement game, which will have different events and journeys that you go on, things that you'll pick up. So it'll actually have like, it almost will look like a board where you can go get quests, pick up things, kind of go back and forth and take actions in worker placement in a sense. And then at every round you will face off against like a trouble that would be from the fables of, you know, African chakras and things like that. So you have this kind of thing that you'll have to struggle with through your life. And some of these cards will, basically some of the idea is that cards will get shed off your deck, like by making choices that hurt you, or, you know, like things like that. So like it'll make you live less longer because you've been fighting too much, or, you know, things like that. It'll take away from what you can do. And then the last game is just basically you're playing a game of like dealing with events, and they'll be kind of stacked and they'll get harder and harder. And you won't be able to take on the world's events, but you'll be able to contribute to them. And you'll have to fight together in a sense to do it. And then eventually you'll die. And that will be your tail. And you'll kind of look at your score at the end, and that'll be your tail. But I wanted to make it so you could actually play the 3 separate games. Sort of like Century, the Century series. Like you can play it kind of like, hey, I want to play the whole thing, or I can play game 1, game 2, game 3. And I don't expect it to be too ridiculously like, you know, like heavy or anything like that. But I thought it'd be a well-rounded experience. It'd be something different. I feel like it's kind of ambitious to see how cards will translate between 3 games. But I've also, when I think about Century Splash Road, I'm like, well, they do it. It's just how far do you want to go with that? You know, and that's the thing. It's got.
Have you played that all 3 at once?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Does it work?
Yeah.
It works.
Yeah. It actually makes the second game worth having it. The second game is so bad. I'm like, oh, because there's a bigger thing here. That's why. Yeah, I was just thinking like the big core of the game though would definitely be that middle game.
I love life sim games, so
yeah,
there aren't enough of them.
Pursuit of Happiness is just one of my favorite games. It's just I just love
great.
It. And I like silly stories when it's over. So I just love that game. And I was like, I wonder and I like these African like chakras and orishas. It was a thing I kind of went down the well West African culture for a while, and I just want to dive more into it and like how it's really like literally it's X-Men. It's really just X-Men shit, and like you can tell where Stanley's doing Sola's influence from for a lot of this stuff. And it's just Storm is literally one of these guys. So literally one of the guys. So yeah, I thought it'd be kind of interesting, and I'm sure it'll appeal to a lot of people. There's a lot of African artists that are doing so many cool things, and I would make each one of the kids from one of there's different tales that are in history. So it would require a lot of research and assistance from people from West Africa. So, yeah,
that sounds very cool. I really love the setting. Yeah. The first thing that pops in my head, because you the core is melding, like I said, the deck building and the worker placement. And I know Friedman Freeze is not your biggest. You're not the biggest fan, but have you played Copycat?
I have not.
It is a politics setting game. You're running for mayor or governor or something like that, and it is a melding of worker placement, building up a deck of cards that you use to be able to place workers. It's very different, I think, ultimately than what you're trying to do, especially because the 2 games are really intertwined. They don't have it as a chapter 1, chapter 2 thing. But as soon as you mentioned, I can imagine mixing them all together, I thought if you know somebody who has it, you should probably take a look at Copycat as an example of something that has melded those things together.
Yeah, because the cards would have to have almost a more because so like there's 7 of those orishas, right? So then you would say, hey, you're basically building like a skill chart, like, right? Like, hey, I have 3 of this, 4 of that, right? And then those cards now would be your hand, or they would equate to something like, hey, I can go, I have the ability to do X, Y, and Z. Maybe I play 2, 3 cards, and then I can do this X quest or whatever and grab these resources and get stronger or become smarter or more divine. There's different actually words that you can use for these things. Because they have the chakra things that you can line it up with. So I'm just working on how that would evolve, but I just have people that are trying to help me and figure how to suss all this stuff out, because I know nothing about board game design. I just know how to talk shit about it. So, I
think a neat mechanic to incorporate in that would be like something. I know a lot of people hate this game, but like the Game of Thrones board game where you had the deck of cards that represented each person in the house, that different house. Yeah. And if those were abilities, then you have to like play all those different abilities before you can reuse the deck. I think that might be a neat mechanic to add to that.
Yeah, I was like one thought I even had is this like, if you're in line with this god, you get like in the second game, if you're aligned with this guy, it's like at the end of the first game, you have the stats or whatever, and then you pledge like you are allied with this guy. You chose which one you want to be allied with, and that puts more of these types of cards in your deck. You still are what you are. You still have some stats, but it's like you could put these 3 cards in your deck, and now you will move over to this game. You know, like that kind of stuff, and just it will help you go through the trials of your life. And you know what you can focus on, and then you want to find balance, of course. That's part of the life, right? And then you want to find balance because the challenges will come each round in the worker placement game. The other part, and I can't necessarily parse out how it's going to be, but it'll be a very challenging and short game, the last one, because it'll represent like this very, time is just going to pass. Like you can't be a warrior. You can't be. No matter how smart you are, time always wins. So it's like, it's going to happen. So your death's going to happen. You may have
is that third game, like the theme of it is you have not much time left. You have to pass your wisdom on to the next generation kind of thing?
Right. So it's like, yeah. So you would basically be dealing with things that are happening around you that you can't necessarily control, but you can contribute to them to actually finish them off. Like you can say, hey, I can do this. Like I can do this too. This sounds so crazy. But I was like, I wanted to maybe turn it into a cooperative game because you guys will be from the same village. Like you'd be like, hey, we got to fight this off. And you don't have much left, but you guys all went on your own journey. And then you like, some people would die in that battle, like in these battles along the way. That would be their story. They would get a sword. And it was like, it's ambitious as fuck, man. It's crazy. It's a little bit.
Sounds cool.
It's like almost too much. Like, but it's almost too much, but that's what that's what's in there so far.
Another one I would suggest looking at if you haven't yet, and you probably haven't, because again, so completely coincidentally, it's another Freedom and Freeze game. Friday, his solo game.
Yeah, it's Friday. Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, that kind of has some, he starts out as a flawed individual. Yeah. You are deck building to try to make him stronger, trying to slough off the problems. And I always thought it was really cool how that works. But it was just so superficial and just kind of silly getting ready to fight pirates as opposed to somebody on a life journey kind of a thing.
But did realize that somewhere inside me that was there. I did realize that.
Yeah. And I forgot you're a big solo guy too. So of course you played Friday.
Yeah, I did realize that when I was like, okay, I'm probably doing some of that in there too, I guess. So yeah. But I really need to make that the thing is just like, what does that worker placement portion really look like other than like, hey, quest board, go here. It's got to really tie into something more than that, but you know what, it would almost be like and the whole idea would maybe be like different types of games, like Merv. I call Merv the Euro the mini game. Euro the mini game.
Yes, there are 4 different games depending on what side of the board you're looking at.
There's like 4 different mini games in the game. So it's like you may have these things like these different skills. Another game that does that is Dragon's Gate College. Dragon's Gate College.
I just wanted to play that one.
Yeah. It's a really, really average game.
From Wolf.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a really average game, but it's interesting as all hell. Like it really is interesting. I mean, like if you can get out for like $20, you should just try. I mean, I think it's just worth trying because it's got some pretty slick stuff going on because you're going to go to like different magic schools.
Yeah, I remember that was one.
Yeah, and you have like this. The cool part is on the damn at your board. I can't remember what it is though, but it's like something that you do on your board is really more interesting than just like, hey, I'm upgrading myself. There's something else there that I was like, damn, that right there is the game right there. Other stuff is just a whole bunch of these kind of cool, distracting little things. But like your board was something, how that worked was really cool. But yeah, overall, the game looked like it just looks terrible. It looks terrible.
Yeah, it was little.
It looks terrible. It's so hard to sell people and stuff when the game looks like that. Clearly a rough draft.
Did you play that Wizards Academy?
I just got it, man. I just got it. I'm so fucking.
I've been looking for that one. I think I've got it, but it's buried deep in the Board Game Geek.
Oh,
I don't dare send someone back to find it.
I don't understand how people don't like it. Like this, I understand that the freaking Kickstarter. It's not like he's like it was their biggest tank. I talked to the designer. I finally talked to the designer.
What they wanted it to do
because they tagged him. They tagged him when I posted that. They found him, and damn, that game's good. But he's right. He's like, I'm not the first to use this stuff, but just like he's like just like worker placement deck building. It's like you see it now and you go, oh, the combination of this kind of thing and this thing. Oh, like that's kind of cool. He just was before its time as far as like that hybrid going on that they had of what they did. Because it's really like you're playing two different games at once, but you need the stuff from the other game to fend off everything that's going on in this game. So it's like, it would be Rado's favorite game because it has memory in it.
Yay!
Rado, Richard, wouldn't you like to have
Yay!
wouldn't you like to have all your resources and then have to remember which card was that on the between five cards and not get the right one?
What is Grant doing? I just
he's doing his
Lost
physical
the audience,
therapy.
Jeremy. We've all gone over to Grant's hot yoga now.
Well, we lost Forrest, so
yeah.
If it's not goat yoga, then I don't want any part of that.
It's his physical therapy.
How do you have such a big place in LA? That's a huge room.
This is
That
not
is a
my
huge
place
room.
in LA. I'm at my aunt and uncle's house in Oregon. So
Oh, there you go. Okay.
all right. With Forrest gone, if you guys, I have no. I mean, I guess I don't have any problem with Tenet, but I don't want to like maybe. Let me see.
Forrest was doing his weird steps earlier, so he gave me permission.
I figured he was.
Grant hasn't seen it yet. I think he wanted to.
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay,
I
okay.
got some exercises I got to do on the stairs, so I'll go do those while you guys talk about it.
Are you
What's
still
up?
wear your welder's goggles while you're there?
Yeah, exactly.
I'll live vicariously through all of you doing those things.
Ah.
I hear Merv and think of Merv. That's good.
No,
All right, talk about.
What do we?
We don't have
What
to
are we
talk about it. We don't have to talk about it.
What are you talking about?
We want to talk
Tenet.
about it, but
Oh, I didn't see this movie. Whatever.
let's not spoil it. You should see it.
We can talk about it in 6 months
Yeah.
after everyone's here.
I'll probably watch it while I'm home now, so I'm home
I
for
don't
it.
think it's out on anything.
I am so happy that I went into Tenet knowing absolutely nothing, having avoided
Yeah,
every
so am I.
Same, and
trailer.
I'm super
Yeah.
happy that I heard like it was. Most people on my Facebook friends list said it was not good,
Yeah, I don't
which
understand.
made me
that.
like more interested to see it. And I'm like, oh, well, I guess I got to decide for myself.
I don't know.
You know what? Like I said, I
How far do we go here?
I felt it was his "I dare you to still like my movies" movie. That's what that's what it felt like to me.
I thought it was perfectly clear. Well, I guess we're gonna talk about it a little bit. Perfectly understandable. Nothing. And someone said that the sound mix was remastered for streaming or for online. Was that you, Lance, that told me that?
No, they said
That's actually like a thing with him, though.
when they originally released it, there was something off with the audio in the movie theater, so they had to redub
which
it.
was purposely done because he wanted it to be. Because like he said, like if you go and like you read some of his quotes, I mean he's definitely one of those like. If I didn't already like his stuff, like I would if it was somebody like some other director that I hadn't followed and I read like one of his quotes was like, the audio that I want my audience to hear, they can hear. There's a reason why you can't hear those.
Oh yeah, you're creative.
Yeah. When he made that comment when people were saying, "Yeah, I can't understand what you're saying." Well, that's on purpose. You're not supposed to hear what they're saying. That kind of thing. And it's just kind of like if it wasn't somebody like the director that I actually liked, I'd be like, oh, just.
So they fixed all that.
There's a guy who's interviewing that's like,
I mean, that was a heavy dialogue movie. If you don't understand like one line of dialogue, I think you could miss a lot.
Yeah, you could get lost easily in that movie.
Oh, easily. Yeah.
I was so excited to see. I was so excited for that movie to come out, and I kept getting put back. And it was nice to see that come out. It was like the first like actual in theater release, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
Well, I mean, like
it was
after
good.
I saw,
They thought it was going to save the industry.
After Dunkirk, which I thought was brilliant.
That was amazing.
Yeah, that was a good movie.
I was like, I was like, cool, let's do this, and it was just kind of like, he's been slowly losing me as time has gone by. It's just like,
he's always been experimental. I mean,
which is fine.
If he wasn't, you wouldn't have Batman.
Yeah. Hey, I just want to let you know though, like you guys want to see some deep shit. Nick Cage, new movie coming. New movie. It's called Willy Wonderland. It looks really fucking good.
And it's basically the Freddy
Five Nights at Freddy's
house. Yeah. Except
it looks good.
Except all the monsters are afraid of him.
Yeah. I'm feeling it.
Did you see like
I'm
he's on
feeling everything.
that Netflix movie, like the show about what swear words, the history of swear words?
Series,
I'm banking that. I'm actually gonna watch it this weekend. So
you need to see the color of
it's great.
The color out of space.
Yeah,
My God,
so
that was so good. Yeah.
It was
good,
man.
No, it wasn't.
Come on.
Dude,
Come
what?
on.
The chainsaw battle, dude.
That was awesome.
Oh wait, no. You're thinking of something else, Jeremy. If you're talking about the chainsaw battle, that was his other one. That the name of the movie is like a woman's name, if I recall correctly, or something like that.
No, that was
IMDb.
Oh shit.
Nicolas Cage.
The color of space is Lovecraft.
Yeah, and that movie was
awesome.
Nothing like Lovecraft.
Oh, come on, man.
Dude, that shit was good. What are you talking about?
But that
fucking
story,
llamas? The
That
llamas?
story was pretty.
is it based on the actual real story?
Lance, pay attention to me.
Yeah.
The llamas?
Not good.
Nah, some of his were real hit or miss.
Go. I mean, okay.
That's
Cards
The
most
chainsaw
crazy
battle is
movie ever.
Mandy. That's what I was looking for.
Okay,
Mandy.
go here. Yeah, and Mandy was weird, but no, cards on the table.
Okay, you know what, Lance? You're a little judgmental, man. Come on, man.
A little?
Come on.
Color out of
Mandy
space.
you
was
not met him?
insane. That was insane.
It was completely and utterly insane. That's what made it awesome.
If
It
you go,
was so awesome.
okay, fine.
Oh
It was
my
fine. Fine. You wore me down. It was awesome.
All that shit you guys want in Avengers when you know it's gonna happen. This dude, man, after the last 30 minutes of that, I was like, I can't believe that this is like the Raid 2, except I really don't know what the hell's gonna happen here. Like, that's just
the Raid.
nuts.
God, that's a good movie.
I'm
Man,
curious.
What's the raid?
Jeremy, you think
You've never watched The Raid? Like,
oh my!
It's not ringing a bell.
It's well, I mean, it was the beginning of
Korean, kind of Korean.
yeah, like
combat
Korean, but
film.
like no, I mean, I can't give anything away, but just like it's like 2010, 2009 maybe.
So picture a movie that never stopped with action. So it's 10 minutes. We're here. We're doing stuff. This is the stakes. Action. And I mean like action. Balls to the wall. Stunts you've never seen before. Well, by now people have like John Wick.
Raid.
John Wick steals a lot of stuff from this movie, but this was back before this stuff. And interestingly enough, in John Wick 3, he uses like four fighters from that movie, from those movies. So like that just shows you how deep they went in on this one. Man, The Raid 2, not a better movie, but there are 3 fight scenes in there. It's just like, this is insane. Like, dude, how are they doing this? Some of it looks like one cut, and that's crazy to me. Like that looks crazy to me.
Did you guys like Hardcore Henry? I thought that was just amazing.
No, that was horrible.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
Okay.
Come on,
Not at
man.
all.
Okay.
That live action.
You have to just go
first-person
buy it.
thing.
Just go buy
Hey,
it.
John,
all right?
you know what? Their bar is too high. Their bar is too high. Okay.
Oh, no,
It's got one of the
I
best
don't
soundtracks.
want to.
Since
I mean,
Reservoir
I'll say
Dogs.
this. I'll say this about Hardcore Henry. It was definitely out there, and they took a chance.
Yeah.
But they shouldn't have. So.
Oh, come on.
Hot, beautiful review. Mandy was a fever dream.
Yeah.
Mandy was absolutely ridiculous.
Did you see Ninjutsu?
No, I have not.
Andy?
Hey, okay, hold on. It's worth it for several reasons. There are several, but one of my favorite ones is in the middle of a battle with Nick Cage. He dodges a guy, runs on top of a shelf, looks at a paper hat and puts it on, and like looks at him. Like, it's worth the price of entry. Then there's a battle where it I don't know why they decided to do this. And I was just like, this is out of control. They are in a fight, like in the middle of a kind of like Iraqi spot, whatever, like base. And they're running like, how like people run on the walls, like they'll kind of balance themselves and do these ridiculous fight scenes. Well, all of a sudden, like when they start fighting, it goes to first person mode. Yeah. So it's like they'll like first person mode, and then it'll go to the action cam on the left side because somebody's fighting in the foreground, and you see those guys fighting, and then it zooms back over to another guy fighting in first person. And it like kind of works, but it's also very dizzying. Like it's almost like when you hit a control button and you go from first person to third person by accident. And I was like, this is like kind of cool and makes me want to turn it off at the same time. But they did it like twice, and when you're shooting rocket launchers at people and they're not dying, I mean, what are we doing here?
It's the concussion that kills you, not the explosion.
By the way, there's a Predator metallic ninja thing that's supposed to be ancient that has come to fight this team of Marine warriors that also have sort of ancient issues. Like, it's just, I'm sorry, man. $6.99. Sign me up. I mean, we watch a lot. Come on, man. Come on. Give up some of your life. Give up some of your time on this planet. Watch that shit. There's not that many things that are better than that on Netflix. Trust me.
Hardcore Henry's better. So good.
So okay, and again, if you haven't watched it, so Cobra Kai season 3, I don't know if you've watched all of it or binged it yet. I mean, when I got what?
I'm still on season 2.
Oh, okay. Well, so I won't give any spoilers.
Jen watched it in one.
It's awesome. Worth the watch.
Yeah, it was definitely worth the watch. Everybody's waiting to see Martin Cove like finally fight, right? Do you have a problem with that, Mr. Lawrence? Like the original Cobra Kai guy, and which is good to see him. But he's also like 97 years old, so like the cuts when like he actually has to do something like really physical, like it is really jarring. Where it's like, why is it whenever he's getting kicked or punched or flipped, I'm only seeing the back of his head?
It's a stuffed animal being thrown on the ground. Like
74, Lance.
You know who's the best stunt double is Scar Johansson's stunt double. It's like clearly a dude, like this crazy wig on.
Really?
Whoever that guy is, he's great.
Yeah, I mean, it was like, and I was watching it with my daughter, and then she's like that. Even she and she's just, she's a kid, she's a teenager, but she's just like, that's not the same guy. I was like, no. Even like I said, he's 117 years old. They can't have him being thrown hither and non around. So
that's a throwback to the movies because Mr. Miyagi.
Well, Mr. Miyagi, he was 140 when he did the movie. Yeah. So
it's still. Have you ever seen the Great?
He's still alive?
Wait,
I just want one of those trees.
Shush. Right? What'd you say, Grant? What'd you say?
Have you ever seen the great 80s movie Rad?
Yes.
I love Rad.
No,
it's almost as bad as Gleaming the Cube.
It's like it's the quintessential like BMX movie. It's like the BMX competition comes to town and the local guy gets to enter and he's got to take on big corporate BMX.
Oh,
it's like,
God.
Did you ever watch
the sponsored kid
breaking away for BMX?
So
1986, it says.
Yeah, you got to watch
Slater
Rad.
and Gleaming the Cube.
Yeah.
the skateboard movie.
Yeah, dude, you got to watch Rad because it's the best stunt double scene of all time. Lori Loughlin is in the movie. She's like the female lead.
Oh, the one that went to jail just recently?
Yes. Yeah.
She's out.
Oh, she's out?
The husband.
Of course she's out. She's super rich. Yeah, it's sad.
She's the female lead. And there's this big scene. This is not me ruining it, but she's the reporter and she like gets a crush on the main guy in high school and she goes to prom and instead of dancing, they start dancing on their bicycles and like doing like
electric boogaloo, like
and
break into electric boogaloo is what you're saying. Like that's
it's so funny because they did not even attempt to make the stunt double look like Lori Loughlin.
Oh no, I love it. I love it.
Lori Loughlin has straight hair and the stunt double is like a man with a curly wig.
6'7".
They'd get a detention for just bringing their bikes to the dance, I think.
Okay. If you go back to the movie Wildcats, which was the Goldie Hawn movie where she was So both Wesley Snipes and Woody Harrelson play roles as guys on the football team. And there are multiple scenes where like Woody Harrelson and Wesley Snipes are like the two running backs or whatever. Mm-hmm. And they're like best friends, but there are multiple scenes where Woody Harrelson, like they hike it and he gets like the handoff or whatever.
Yeah.
And he changes skin color. He becomes African American, runs, dodges over people, doesn't leave. Like he lands on his back, and they quick cut, and it's Woody Harrelson. Like
that's bad.
You're just supposed to start somewhere.
Have you seen one of the most underrated Steve Martin movies, Bowfinger, which totally
Bowfinger's great. Yeah, I like Bowfinger.
Everybody's talking about Bowfinger.
Yeah. That movie's
movie, or they film him in scenes like making a movie without him.
But essentially he's like the stunt double for his famous brother. You know.
I'm just thinking like go ahead.
Was that the one with Eddie Murphy? Or am I thinking of another one? Yeah,
yes, it was.
It's Eddie Murphy, yeah.
Good night, everybody.
Because I was
what are you working on, Richard? What are you working on, man?
Legacy. Aeon's in Legacy.
Oh, yeah.
All that now.
Are you doing that Batman game?
No, I know nothing about it.
Is there another Legacy?
No. Aeon's in Legacy 2 is going to go on Kickstarter next month.
Yeah.
You guys think you have to start?
It's very good so far.
Do you have to start Aeon's End from the beginning, or can you jump in?
No. Get Legacy and
get Aeon's End Legacy.
And steer your journey. Like just learn your journey. You'll learn the basic of the game. And by the time you get done, you'll be like, I want all this shit.
It is a dangerous
That's
gateway
basically
drug.
What'll happen. By the time you get done, you're like, I want all this shit right now.
Yeah.
But it's been on my list for a while that I haven't played, but I wasn't sure where to jump in.
You're worth it.
When he says all this shit, he means all this shit.
Yeah.
All of it.
All this shit right there.
Yeah,
get it in one box, baby, or you're not a real Aeon's End, man.
I threw away my Aeon's End box. I should have kept it.
Yeah, I had to put my Legacy.
You guys have the
box
Terraforming Mars card game yet? They send that to you yet?
No.
Am I allowed to talk about that? I forget.
You're not allowed to talk about it.
I don't think so.
I don't think you're allowed.
Then I don't know what you're talking about.
Then why'd you bring it up, Scott?
Well, I mean, it got announced.
It got announced. It's just that,
But it's Nick Little, and Nick Little is pretty much like he worked on that Aeon's End game.
Yeah.
And Sidney Engelstein.
Oh,
along with Jacob. Anyway, no, you can't talk about it. Your lips are sealed.
Yes, I don't know. There's several.
Stronghold has a lot of
things I can't talk about. What's the other one?
I just wonder if you guys have gotten it yet.
Yeah.
But now I know. There you go. Yeah, there's some cool stuff coming through.
There's a shit ton of cool stuff coming very soon. I'm just waiting for it to get announced. Basically, just waiting for it.
Actually, I wanted to ask you, Richard, before you leave.
Okay.
Did Praga get on your top 10 this year? I can't.
Yes, it was my number 5 or number 6, I think.
Okay.
On my preliminary list, because nobody can have a final list without having played all the fucking games.
Right. Did you?
But yeah, it's excellent.
So I played it this weekend, and I had a little bit of a problem with some of those early technology powers being so lopsidedly bad, like there's
Do you mean the ones that you play to your own little hexagon thing?
Yeah, the technology tiles.
The tiles that have 1, 2, 2, and 3.
Level 1, 2, level 3. Yeah. There was one tile in there specifically that I thought was completely out of balance with everything, but I don't know if anybody's played it. Like it's the one where you get anytime you trigger a coin on the wheel, you get like an extra coin and a point or something like that. You see that? Yeah. Which triggers on like it was like 6 of the 12 spaces, whereas like the single stone triggers on 1 space. Like what get do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, but no, it's not just that. It's I actually had a question about this because there's a 1 coin and there's a 2 coin. So if you go to the spot with the 2 coin, is that the same as the 1 coin? Because otherwise that does give you 6 spots.
It triggers on all 3 spaces too. It specifically says that in the game.
Yeah, so like, that was the thing. So I played it where it was only the 1 coin. I played it where it was only the 1 coin spot,
which is where I feel like it should be.
Right.
Because then it's equivalent to all the others.
Then it's equivalent to everything else. That's the way I played it. So.
The best I can do is, if you like, Scott, I'll give you Vladimir Suchi's email, and I'm sure he will answer your questions, and he will show you the math.
Yeah,
I can post them.
Yeah.
This one is.
I mean, I triggered my special ability like 1 time in the whole game, and my friend who got the coin triggered it like on every turn.
You got to get that
every other turn.
As is often the case in these kinds of games where there's such wildly different variable powers and whatnot, there are always some that, while they all work out together mathematically, some are just easier to leverage to best effect, and other ones are just as powerful, but to actually be able to leverage their power, you have to work a lot harder, and they're not new player friendly. My assumption, without having looking at it, would be it's probably one of those kinds of things, because that's happened so often.
I lost by 50.
I was gonna say I beat my friend.
I felt like I was doing the exact same things as everybody else.
I played my friend. I was playing. I haven't like been scoring like about 120, 100 something like that. And then I was like, I think I got this figured out. And I played him. It was his first game, and I scored like 148 or something like that. And he lost by 50. He was just like, Jesus. I'm like,
everybody was like laughing. Everybody was on the lap, and I was at 7.
You just find it. You find it because it's the same game it's the same game every time in a sense. And I think this is why I like this game so much. It has a longevity to it where if you took it out of the box a year from now, you would probably remember how to play. Like you just remember how to play. It's not that difficult to play, and that's a good thing.
I think not quite set up it perfectly for teaching the game, but
right. It's just like this.
It was fine. I mean,
you could just play better, Scott. And then
that's true.
Just get good, bro.
I wanted a little more. I mean, I don't know.
It's always about you, ain't it?
You wanted. I think what you're saying, all is you wanted a little bit more points, is what you're saying.
That is 100% true. I wanted more points.
You wanted to lose respectively, is what you're saying.
I wanted a little more theme in it. I guess is what I was thinking about.
Well, shit, what kind of theme do you want from fucking
I don't But like technology just says, okay, when you get a stone, you get another stone, and you get a point. I'm like, what does that mean? Like, is that a thing? Like,
you're right. That is a fair point.
Shovel. Make it into a shovel, and then yeah.
It's more abstract in Underwater Cities, which really goes out of its way to.
Yeah, it tries to be thematic with the
There are eggs in that game.
And the eggs are very thematically justified. It's true.
Thematically justified eggs.
Yes.
I like the eggs, actually. That was one part I liked.
It is interesting to me, Scott, that you point that out, because you're right. Now that you say that, it never occurred to me for even half a second that there's any kind of disparaging break between the theme. And it just goes to show I don't see that at all.
I just don't. Like
but that game, I think Trajan is a very thematic game, and nobody else does.
So I think it's thematic.
Oh no, I mean, because everybody said, what are these little pylons we're moving around in a circle? What does this mean? It's completely divorced from everything else.
Yeah, no, that is just
it feels very thematic.
Everything else is thematic.
Richard, do you think Merv is thematic?
Yeah, definitely.
You feel the Mongols killing everybody?
Now, I guess if you want to argue that the central mechanism of moving around clockwise around a city and activating rows or columns is, I mean,
no, right. I think that. Go ahead.
To me, things like that can be thematic because I don't take them literally.
Yeah.
When I look at that, it's not that we are literally making a 4x4 grid city of the city of Merv. That rather, putting them next to each other, that represents districts. And, districts can kind of overlap each other. I can activate one district or another. And to make it actually physically work, we have to put it on a harsh little grid. So everything lines up nice and neat. And it wouldn't be like that in real life. But I do still tend to feel that stuff like that comes together in a thematic way that, okay, because of circumstances that the game does not display because you have to abstract stuff out. This particular round, I have access to one of these 3 districts. Which one am I going to choose? This district has a couple of my investments and one of yours. The other one has investments I've never been in at all. And which one am I going to, and why am I stuck with these 3 investments or these 3 districts that or 4, right? It's 4. It is 4 by 4. Why am I limited to these? I don't know. It could have literally to do with the weather. It could have to do with striking workforces. Yeah. There could be any number of reasons why at this point in the game, I only have access to these things and I have to pick one and then leverage that as best as I can. And just because the game doesn't go out of its way to say, well, why can't I do anything I want anywhere? You know what? I mean, movies don't bother showing, well, how did he actually get from Chicago to Illinois? Or how did you get from Chicago to Miami? I didn't actually see every single step of his trip. I take it on faith that there's reasons he got from one place to the other. It's not important. The real important decision is with these particular regions I have access to, what am I going to get? So to me, it feels thematic enough. To me, it's less about trying to make the abstractions make sense. I feel it's thematic to me. If I feel like I'm making the same types of decisions that a person in this circumstance would have to make, I am bound by the same limitations. Yeah. And even if the game doesn't explain,
build walls so that you can protect the area, the people around you. You get more influence by protecting more people around you. And then the Mongols come through and say, hey, you missed a spot.
And then you bribe them. As it happens.
And then you bribe and say, hey, don't kill me, kill that guy.
Yeah.
Is the 2-player pretty good in Prague? Because when we played the 4-player, I basically got the same 2 actions. When it came my turn, the same 2 actions were free for me. Like I never got any.
What the hell are you playing? What are you what?
Play 4-player. And I think that's the mathematics of the circle and going first. Like I always got, and I think they're the worst actions in the game, the upgrade action. You either upgrade or go on the road. They're the worst actions in the game. They're not.
The road is good. The road is good.
Road is
good.
No, because if
the
you don't
road
have an
feels
egg,
to me like it's the most powerful thing in the game.
Yeah, don't you know the road's good?
The road walks the line of being too powerful.
So if I have a choice between a road and
if I had to pick one thing that might be overpowered, I would say it's the road.
Mm-hmm. That's how I won. That's how I pummeled him. I just
like possible.
He tried to follow me.
If you have an egg, the road is great. But if you don't have an egg, then the road is useless. Right? I mean, you have to be pre-engineered to get an egg before that. So you have to take some garbage. But if they're both the crap actions I get on my turn every time, then I'm spending gold.
Right, but you're not limited to 2 actions. You can pay and jump ahead, and you often have to.
Yeah.
I mean, there are many times where I will pay through the nose to jump halfway around, and, rather than wait, because that's the one thing I need, and it adds up.
So you just focus on the first 2 turns. I focus on the gold,
right? Like you're running out of money and perpetually broke. At least that's what happened to me. I felt like I had no control over how to.
So you know that upgrade action where you get like you can get the gold and run your gold or whatever. Yeah. If that's available, I get that one first because I need that upgrade so that every time I run the gold, because gold is like really.
But are you going to pay 2? If you don't have 2 gold to pay for it, then you can't take it, right? Like,
did you start with 2 gold?
I'm talking about like mid game when you have no.
Oh, okay.
Like if it comes to you and every time it came to me, it was always because it's such a good action, right? Like the actions are not balanced, right? They're all, that one is the best. The gold action is the best action.
By the way, did you play with the gray? Did you play with the gray side of the regular side?
The what?
The gray side of the tiles?
I think it's just A. Yeah, whatever A side is.
Okay. Yeah.
But I mean, all I'm saying is like, in my experience of the game, one game, it could be a fluke. I never got a free gold action. I always had to pay for it. So I'm perpetually broke to make my meager amounts of gold or upgrading the gold or whatever. Whereas and then something happened in the game where almost 9 times out of 10, the 4th player always got a +3 or +4 or +5 gold bonus, which I think is not good either, by the way. That's way too good. Especially if it goes off the wheel and then comes back on the wheel and it's getting 6 gold, 7 gold, 8 gold. That's craziness. Anyway, that's my feeling.
Wait a minute, you're saying it was common that you actually did the full 360 around the wheel and you had to use the little.
Because here's the thing in our game.
To be fair, I've only played as a 2-player game, so I can't speak to a 4-player experience at all.
Right. And so basically, if I'm always being presented with the same 2 actions, being the road / upgrade, I will probably skip those because they're not good in my opinion for whatever I was doing. I didn't have eggs, so I'm not going to go on the road. And the upgrade thing was, I felt like not good action usage. Maybe it was. I don't know. Because you don't get anything. You just put a tile on your board and you're like, done. No points. Right? And if you only take 24 actions in a game and you don't get points on an action, you're like 124.
I mean, the upgrades are one of the main ways you can make coins. As
I was gonna say, and then if that happens, then I just start going out to the city like right away.
Don't like, have any money on the city. On them. I mean, I probably had a fluky game, right? Like if you're four upgrades, you're 3 upgrades because you need the S card to get the 4th one. Yeah. If none of them have corner edge pieces or some other good thing, then you're not getting much, right? The upgrade actions are not powerful, in my opinion.
How far did you get to the city, like building the city stuff? Did you do that?
Maybe like half of the city.
See, that's the thing. Like when people do that, when people chase that, you can kind of get on that, or you can force the action.
Yeah, I think I was the only one that actually got points out of the city.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. Like, which is an inferior play early on because you don't get much for those. You don't get a lot because you're putting a cube on it. Theoretically, you're going to get things later. But then you need anyway, whatever.
No, but Aldi, I got some good advice for you, man.
Play better.
Do better.
Way better.
I'm just saying. I think like maybe it's fine, but I had problem. And if the same problem happens to me like 3 or more times in a game, then I feel like something's wrong with it.
Then you feel like
it could be the way the shuffling happened of those action tiles, and I mean
I would say
I would say 3 times out of the game the 4th player got +5 gold because the road action got put into the last slot every time. Because no one would take it.
No.
I would say you are the $6 million man. You are the most powerful man in the industry, and you could get Madame Risucci on the phone and ask him.
Look,
what the fuck
I played it one time. I'm not going to the designer. Look, I'm just
better
saying,
make some fucking promo cards and put them on my site to fix this shit. You better make some promo tiles ASAP.
I see Aldi on his throne.
I want some better.
Bring him to me.
You want some future geeky bits on my site? You better make this happen right now.
I spent 2 hours playing your game,
but I'm having a hard time convincing myself to play it again because I don't.
I'm having a hard time convincing myself to play this.
You play it online with me? You play it online with me?
I play with you.
Dude, we could play it online. We could play on we can play it on TTS if you want to.
It's really nice on TTS. It's got a lot.
It's really good on TTS. It's really good.
There's your answer.
Perfect.
There you go, Scott.
I grow weary.
I don't say it lightly because I know people. It's in the top 10s of almost everybody.
Man, it's so good, man. It's so good. It's just that there's better games that came out this year, but it's so good.
Oh, did it not make your 10, Jeremy?
Or did
you? I don't remember. Did you do a 10?
Number 4. Yeah, we did it. Yeah.
Well, if it makes anybody's top 10, that's a big deal because there's 5,000 games that came out this year.
Yeah, it just like that was the thing when I played it in October. I was like, yeah, this is the best game I've played this year. And then like everything else just came out right at the end of the year. And I was just like, yeah.
You play Anno 1600 yet?
I was gonna put that. They didn't send you a copy of that early one yet? No?
I bought one on German eBay or German Amazon, but I haven't. I mean, I'm not playing it. I don't want to play it by myself. It's a monster. Like when you put it all out, it's huge.
I know it's a lot of pieces. John couldn't help himself. He went and bought it and did a playthrough of it already. He was that giddy about it.
I played a half a game on TTS. It's pretty cool.
Yeah,
but I can't fully
focus like that.
Yeah. But anyway, it looks pretty cool. It is pretty cool.
Yeah, my main answer to, I mean, I've played it 4 times. The final time we played was me and Jen doing a live playthrough. And it was the first time we tried to actually play with the gray sides of the tiles, which we weren't used to. And it turns out my prototype had them wrong. They were actively misprinted because there's, I forget which 2. There's 2 actions that aren't there. And instead, there's twice as many roads as normal.
Oh my God.
On the prototypes that Jeremy and I have.
You can only play the road like 6 times too, right?
Yeah, I mean,
and
so it's crazy.
At the top of the road.
And Jen and I thought for sure that I was going to completely be destroyed because I was constantly getting screwed by that wheel because there was an incorrect breakdown because it was a bad prototype. And yet in the end, I think Jen only won by like 4 points, even though we were both confident that I had been completely destroyed and there was no way I could make it up. And I do remember that. And that made me feel even better about the game that, okay, by hook or by crook, somehow this worked out. And then afterwards I found out, and it was even fucked up. There was even more stacked against me. And yet I was still able to pull out and almost win. And Jen's very good.
I need to watch that playback.
Yeah.
Learn some tips. No, but there was tons of turns.
Well, I mean, I almost wouldn't suggest it because it's
second.
literally me whining just like a baby for at least
you can't
70 minutes.
You're not allowed to do that now because if you win, you're like, that's like the worst. Like you can't complain about a game like all game and then end up winning.
I know. Unfortunately, I did not win.
That's a gamer pet
Yeah,
peeve.
you can.
I have I'm not gonna, I hate to throw Stan on the bus, but he does that too. I can't stand it. He'll play the game and he'll be like 50, 75, 125, and I'm like, oh man, you kicked your ass, and he'll do something like, well, it's I don't know. Come on, dude, stop.
Or you're talking about Salinas?
I don't want to smack this drink out of your hand, dude. Like, come on.
Or you're talking about Jeremy Salinas, right?
No, I'm talking about Stan Kronowski, the designer.
Stan's like that too.
We get a little tipsy. He starts talking trash. Like, that's the thing. Whatever game it is, it's never good enough. So drunk, man. Whatever.
It must be so painful to have so much fun.
Oh man, I need it, man. I mean, I need it.
Yeah, I try to bite my tongue when I'm complaining about games while I'm playing, but sometimes it's hard.
It is so fucking hard. Like I'm like thankful that this game is here because I've been waiting so long for it, and it was like it just kicked off. Like this is like fun to me. But even like last week, there was some things going on, and I remember I was at game night, and I was just like, I was a complete dick. Mm-hmm. And like my friend, what's interesting? My friends were like, they're so quiet about it, and it happened one time like a year and a half ago, and they were like, so I think we're just gonna let this shit slide because he's nice all the time. Like I don't know what it is. Like they don't say anything, and if I were to bring them back, I'm like, hey, game night next week, they all come. So it's not like, But it's like I feel bad because I know how I felt, and I know I was like I even told my wife I was like I should not have had game night. I wasn't into it, and she's like something's up. I'm like, oh no, there's more than something up. I don't think I really want to do this right now. So yeah, man, I gotta have fun again. I'm not having fun. It's not fun.
Yeah, does it bring you down like if someone's complaining the whole time?
No,
I can't stand that way. You get the like, oh, I'm glad I mean, like, perfect example. This is going to be a completely like from left field response, but like we used to play a lot of Stratomatic baseball, and so it's like so you're sitting there and you're sitting there playing Stratomatic baseball, and like the whole game of Stratomatic is like the person has their pitcher card that they started the game with, and then your batter comes up, and then so you roll 3 dice.
Yeah.
There's two dice of one color, one dice of another color. The one die by itself, if you roll 1 through a 3, you roll on the pitcher's card. If you roll 4, 5, or 6, or no, it's backwards. 1, 2, 3 is the batter, 4, 5, 6 is the pitcher, right? Mm-hmm. And you sit there and it's like, so I rolled on my batter. Okay, so 1, 9. Oh, I got a single. Okay, I roll 2, 4. Oh, I got a double. 3, 6. Oh, home run. And then there was this one guy in our league that you absolutely hated to do well against because he just made it it just sucked the fun out of it. Oh, glad I brought my cards today.
Why'd I bother making a team?
Yeah, why
I didn't buy my cards.
Gee, why'd I even show up? You're just gonna roll on your card every single time.
I just try to tell people like, hey man, you ain't got. I'll tell them you ain't got to play. I'll try to set like what we're going to play for the week. So like that'll even allow people because sometimes I'm like, we're just gonna play a whole bunch of card games. Whether you want to come or not is up to you. Like it's not gonna be Euro night tonight. Like it's gonna be silly shit. We might be playing a dexterity game and then parks and then something else. Like I set the table. So like when you come over here, you better like just let that shit loose. Like, drink more scotch tonight. Like maybe it's just we're gonna drink scotch and maybe get through 2 games. Maybe. Like that's the thing. It's like gotta keep it no matter what, I feel like our game nights are entertaining no matter what. That's the most important part. Sometimes I think we get too entertained and we can't finish 2 Euros in a night.
Are you not entertained?
Yes.
Like, how did this says 90 minutes on the box? That was Tawantin Suyu. 3 hours later, everybody's looking at the box like 90 minutes.
Because
Everybody's breathing hard. Shit.
How the complaining thing opens us up to fuck with you. That's all that, you know.
One more time.
The complaining thing just opened us up to fuck with you. That's all.
You got to get closer to the mic.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's directional.
Grant was trying to say something.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's not that big a deal. I was just going to ask Jeremy, how big is your pool of people for gaming?
yeah.
Like, can you say we're doing this sort of stuff and you'll get people sort of switching in and out?
Yeah. So like we call them review crew, but we have, I think we have 10 now.
Oh, wow.
We have 10 now. So, but we can only do, I only do 4 or 5. I have a 4x6 table, so I got a pretty big table. And every 2 months, I'll do a 5-player game night. Every 2 months, because there's like certain games you just gotta knock this shit out. And I do like playing games that are 2 to 5 at 5. Like I have to make sure I play it at 5, because I can even simulate 2 players with my hand if I had to. Whereas like 5 is a very conditional thing. So it's like I wanted to play Dwellings of Eldervale at 5. Like I know what it plays like at 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and 4. I have to see it at 5 just to see like what will you do if you have everything on the table. And I played it with everything. And I just needed to see it one time. It was long as hell. Lots of dice were chucked, lots of misses, but we had a fucking great time. You know, it's just I'm very lucky to have that, man. You know, of course the good games bring more people, but I have a really good group of friends anyway that are part of that pool. Anytime, anywhere, they're ready. Very lucky.
Lance, there's a squash sighting in the chat.
Oh yeah, excellent.
Yeah, get Joel Eddy in here because I'm bailing, and he can stand in for me.
And Rob, no, I do not get the munchies.
Hey, bring Joel in here, man. Hey, bring Joel in here. He was an inspiration.
You've been summoned, Joel Eddy.
Bring your ass over here, man. Bring your ass over here.
I actually got to work.
Wait, Aldi, where are you going? I actually have something I want to talk to you about, but I got to talk to you about it off air.
I mean, I'll be up. I just got to do a little bit of.
Why do you bring that up on air, Lance? Wait, Aldi, don't go anywhere. I want to talk to you about something. I can't talk to you about it here.
Well, no, there's lots of industry stuff that we like. You just can't talk about.
No, I get it. It's just funny to say don't go anywhere. I want to talk to you, but I can't do it here.
All right. Fine.
Just message me later.
All right,
also, fine. Jeremy, we can't hear you.
Bye.
Later.
Joel has no camera. He said, "What kind of BS is that? What kind of web blogger is he that doesn't have a?"
Maybe he's camera proof.
Yeah,
I don't think Jeremy knows that we can't hear him.
I thought it was a bit.
Yeah.
Did you unplug the mic?
That's why.
I didn't unplug the mic.
That's why. Okay.
There you go. Nope. Lost you again. We had you for a second.
This is the most entertaining part for the audience when they get to watch us try to figure out sound issues.
Yes.
All right.
This is a lot better than the Hangouts used to be. Remember the trouble we had with them?
What's the most entertaining part? Just
the awkwardness of when we're like, wait, we can't hear. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh shit! I got my mic in. Do you have my? Can you hear this?
Yeah, now we can.
I can't. I can't fucking stand. No.
Today I like. There's a Spanish company that wants to be like take part in Ragnarok's, which is coming up. And so they so I was demoing the game to them, and it was like that standard. It's like I can't hear you if you're talking. I can't hear you, and then they're standing, and it's just like, you're talking over Skype, and you're just like, yeah, why don't you just come into the Discord? And then it was just like, well, here's the link to get in the Discord. The link isn't working for me. It's like, okay, well, let's let's become friends on Discord so I can send you a direct link. It's just like, what's your name on Discord? And then I was like, hold on, I don't know what my name on Discord is.
My favorite. It's weird. Wait, it's not
like
working.
Discord
That's
the best.
weird. Like I hate that when people are like,
Yeah.
"There's just no way it can't work." It's like, I just put it in there. You sure you're not seeing it? No, I'm not seeing it. Okay.
Yeah, it's so weird to me. It's like, go to the settings. Go to the settings. No, the settings.
Go to the
settings. Go to the settings.
Are you clicking?
In the bottom left.
Window? Are you clicking this button? Okay.
Thing about Discord is like it updates all the time. Like it seems like
updates
they have
all the
new
time.
updates like every 4 hours or something. So
it's like turning off your
gotta
phone and
reboot.
turning it on and realizing Google has updated everything for you and ruined your life.
Of course, I'm the person who thinks it's like,
we've created new folders. We've reorganized your phone.
I'm the one who thinks it's like,
I can't find anything.
How can Discord like make money? Like, because it's like, oh yeah, you can use this for free. It's
Well,
like they got to be recording us, everything we say, everything that we talk about,
using everything.
They have an upgraded version that they have the free version for all of us, and then if you're really serious, then they have like a pay version that you get more
Show me the
bandwidth and
blueprints.
some perks.
Yeah, nobody's
But no one
buying
pays for it. Yeah, I mean
nobody pays. I mean,
no one. Yeah.
I mean,
why?
Nobody's shelling out the cash, for.
I wonder how much that is. Like, what's the benefit?
I want to say it's like
what's the benefit?
$40 a month gets you like double or something.
Like still, yeah, no, like what for what,
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure.
Because do they sell you on other like servers? Do they say, hey, like server's awesome, come here? Like Facebook, kind of like, hey, this server over here has a lot of people that are like you.
No, I don't think so.
I don't know if they have I don't know if they have it because I don't care. Because I really don't care.
Yeah, I think it's just all the bells and whistles type of thing.
Okay.
It's really not, at least in my opinion, it's not worth paying for. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. So what's going on here with this Fall of Land? Big story for me is that I was thinking I was going to come over and see you, and this guy, his name is Rob Oren. He was so fucking big I couldn't get around.
I keep seeing you everywhere. I think you live in Illinois, right?
I live in Wisconsin, man.
Okay, awesome. Go Green Bay Packers.
Yeah,
Sorry, that's gonna hurt some people's feelings, but
yeah, I'm a Steelers fan though, so there's a problem.
Oh boy.
Right. So, yeah. So
but
we don't know how to play football when it really counts. So
I saw you at GammaCon. Like everywhere I go, I see you, and I'm about to go talk to you, and I get interrupted. Like by someone.
What's going to happen to those Steelers? Why are just?
I don't know, man. You know what? I think when franchise quarterbacks get old, everything gets fucked up.
Yeah.
Everything. Like, here's a good example: is Phillip Rivers. Like, he was there forever. It was starting to get weird. It actually wasn't his fault all the time. It was just like people are, everything's happening wrong. People are getting injured at the wrong time. Offense is there. They still want you to be great, blah, 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 blah. And there's just something like there becomes a point where you're sort of just mediocre. Like Brett Favre had that. It was like that 8-8. Then it was like they were just below, and that's how they got Aaron Rodgers. So it was like, so then what do we do? Because Brett's still slinging it, Whereas like we don't have that at all. Like,
you gotta love Phillip Rivers, though. You gotta love a guy who has the bolo tie on. I always love that. It's just like, I don't give a.
Roethlisberger's just getting old. I mean, he's like Frankenstein. That guy has more scars from broken stuff.
It's just
he couldn't throw downfield anymore.
He couldn't throw,
but he didn't.
He was
they
having
didn't
a hard
play too
time
many
this year.
tough teams, though.
Right. So they also played against some tough competition this year. But I mean, like, you can't do anything like the Steelers were known for what? Running the football. But in recent years, slinging it like crazy. Yards after the catch, right? And I mean, I've been away from football for 3 years, and I still know that. They still do that. But the problem is like they're not as dynamic as they used to be. Like when they had Bell, it was impossible to stop them. It was literally impossible to stop them. The only thing that stopped them was 2 pass interference calls. So there you go. That's honestly, they can't be stopped, but they don't have that dynamic.
It's the ref's fault.
Man, let me tell you, what is that name? Aqib Talib.
Well, have you ever actually like people have shown this like the number of penalties called against the Packers at home versus the rest of the league, the disparity they show, it's just absolutely insane. It's like when the Packers are playing at home, they get like a third less penalties called on them.
It's because even the refs own a share of the Packers.
Spoken like a true Vikings fan, right?
I don't think you understand. I think we all know it though. I don't think y'all understand how like the Patriots, it angered me how much like they got away with holding. Like I'm like, let me tell you something.
They got away with everything all the time.
Tom Brady cannot go that long in a season and get sacked. What was it, like 5 times? You have to hold. Like I'm watching this game, and I remember we were watching the Super Bowl, and I was like, dude, they are trying. I mean, that offensive line, they are hanging on like a thread right now, and they are not getting called for these holding calls. I said, I think in the second half they're going to destroy him, and that's what they did.
I was hoping the Saints would have taken him out last weekend. I really was.
The on ESPN,
I knew they couldn't. I knew they were, but I was like, I hope they. Yeah.
I love Drew Brees. I mean, I do. Yeah. I would have liked to have seen him go.
Why do you love Drew Brees?
He
plays for the biggest cheating team of all time.
Oh, come on. No.
That wasn't
Sean Payton wrote the book on it.
He
ain't cheating, he ain't trying.
Also, that wasn't them.
He said how to cheat, but it's cool though.
Like
how to cheat and
the
make it look like
Patriots
you're
are the king of cheaters, I think. I mean,
well, I mean,
he said how to cheat and still be an offensive mastermind.
But no, I mean, like
great book.
No, it's too bad Chris Cluey ain't on because like he hasn't come on. But no, he talks about like that in the 2009 NFC Championship game where it was just like the first quarter they're like, what is going on? Because every single chance that the Saints were getting, they just went into it saying we are just going to knock Brett Favre out of the game, and they just went into it and they just smashed him and smashed him and smashed him, and they
sounds like the Lions.
Well, no, and the thing was,
the Bengals did that one year.
And then after we lost, they actually showed there's the thing where you can show like you send the tape to the league committee, and it's like, oh hey, look, here's these like 15 questionable plays. Should these have been roughing the passer penalties? And all but one, the league said yes, those should have been roughing the passer penalties, but we just didn't call them.
Dude, ESPN Plus, you're talking about holding? ESPN Plus, an article like 2 weeks ago, the headline of the article was, want an advantage, NFL playoff teams? Hold on every play.
Yeah, hold on every play.
That's what Sean Payton.
That's what I'm saying, dude. The Patriots like that. I'm serious. They hold damn near every play. I'm like, is it?
They're not going to call every play.
Certain players, like NBA players, they have like a trick that they break a rule. Like they have a rule, and they know the heart of what the rule is. So they manipulate that, and they look at the ref and be like, "You're supposed to call that because that is the rule." And they train to force you to do it. And for some reason, I feel like these linemen on certain teams have like these blocking schemes where I'm like, they are literally holding. I'm watching them hold. How is that not getting called? And then, some guy will be like, Troy will be like, well, they could call holding on every. I go, fuck that. That is the entire line.
So
they're not that athletic. They can't get out there that far. They're holding.
The head coach of, I can't think of his name right now. Why can't I? The Seahawks.
Pete
Carroll.
Yeah, Pete Carroll.
Yeah, Pete Carroll. Yeah.
He basically said that their secondary's like mentality was
exactly
just commit pass interference every single play because they're not going to call it every single time.
Yeah,
pretty much. Yeah, it's sad.
But anyway, enough sports ball talk. What were you going to say, Jeremy? Something about something, and I interrupted you.
I don't know. We interrupted.
Make fun of the Steelers.
That's what we do. Okay, I just want you to see this damn Aqib Talib fucking pass interference. This picture that I have it right here, man, because it's such a it's like hey man, it's like the shock the world photo evidence when people get pissed off, and I'm like, How is this not a flag? How is this not a flag? It's actually like a famous thing that Steelers use all the time. They're like, he ruined us. It happened in the first quarter, by the way. So it was just like our favorite play that we run, and it works all the time. And then Keep Tilly just literally just grabbed Plaxico Burress and just held him by the hips and threw him down. And they didn't even call it. The football wasn't even there yet. I'm like, what the hell's going on? But anyway, it's whatever.
Yeah, if you ain't cheating.
Nah, you ain't trying, baby. You ain't trying.
Ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
No, John. I was asking you about your game. You have a second edition or something, right? Go ahead.
Yeah. 2016 is when we went to Kickstarter with first edition of Fallen Land, and we have come back to Kickstarter kind of with like a dual product. We have second edition Fallen Land, and then we also have a Descendants expansion for that. And then we're hoping to piggyback our next game, which is the Great Northern Trading Company 1670. We're going to do that probably late this year. So but yeah, it's basically go anywhere, do anything, story driven sandbox game, very immersive. Like I said, I keep seeing you everywhere. I'm on my way to go talk to you, and it's like someone steps in front of me and is like, what about this? What about, I'm like,
I know, man. It's it's a lot.
Everybody wants to be Jeremy's friend.
It's part of why I'm really need to slow down. It's getting a little
but
much.
The last time I saw you face to face was at it was at GammaCon here in Iowa, I believe.
Yeah.
It's a small con, but it's like our home con, and
I felt like diversity there.
It's a good convention. I love it.
You mean you were diversity?
I think I was. I think they gave me a tag that said diversity. No, it's no. There was a couple of us that came through on Saturday, but yeah, I actually enjoyed that. We played a lot of games. We actually played a lot of games. So me and Steve Bunacore to the core. We had some fun. Yeah, but I didn't get a chance to actually like speak to you for. Oh yeah, we didn't speak for.
I don't think we've ever truly spoken. No. Like I said, I have the best intentions of like I'm heading your way, and then I get interrupted. I swear to God. So we will talk. I promise you, we will talk.
I'm allowed to interrupt people too. So trust me, you can just stop. You can just stop me. Lance, I like this is the quietest like me and Lance. If I was ever talking to Lance, I think we would just yell at each other. I don't know if we communicated or not. I have no idea, but we do
not
talk
much anyway.
Probably not.
Yeah. Probably not. Yeah. So well, it's like 1:22 where I am. I do have Jeremy, if you could hang out also after we stop going live. You can hang out too. I don't care. I just want to talk. I just want to say this. I'm not trying to bring anybody down, and I'm also not trying to focus the stuff on me or anything like that. But if you got a dog and you love that dog, just give him a big old hug and a scritch and an extra treat from me. I would give anything to be able to do that one last time with my dog. But so thank you. I noticed. I cheated. I put the thing where I said I dedicated this one to my dog, and nobody did it. Nobody had the balls to do a thumbs down tonight. So I guess I just gotta, purposely say something and like say this one's in memory of this, so you can't possibly say it's bad. But
I'm following close behind you. I have 2 dachshunds, Albert and Beverly, and they're 15 years old, and I'm to the point now where I'm like telling the kids, I'm like, you really need to spend time with Albert and Beverly, in the next couple weeks, because I'm right behind you, dude. I'm dreading it. I'm gonna just be a wreck. I know it.
I won't. I mean, here, just hang out, John. I'll tell you a couple of things, but I mean, I'm not telling anybody what they should do. But yeah, my brother called me and he said, dogs just bring love to the table. That's all they do.
Yeah.
Just no judgment, just love. That's all they
Wish
do.
I had some of your scotch right now, because now that we're talking about this, I think it's scotch time.
Yeah, fuck.
But yeah, but I better call it before I start to bawl. So,
I'm sorry, man. About
no. It's what was it? Was it Butters or was it Tweak? I think it was Butters who said on South Park. He said like when all the goth kids were like, oh, it's just like revel in the sadness or whatever, and then he said something along the lines of, it's like, well, I'm glad I'm sad, and they were like, why are you glad you're sad? And he said if I wasn't sad every once in a while, I never really appreciate the times when I was happy. So if I had never owned my dog and I had never had her with me like for the last 14 years pretty much, I would have missed out on so much happiness that dog brought me and so much comfort and whatever. So yeah, it sucks so much right now, but I wouldn't not have picked her out of that litter and brought her home with me that day. There's no way on earth. So just sucks. That's all I can say. So
sorry, man.
Yeah, it's everybody's sorry, and I'm sorry too. But it is, as they say, what it is.
I've moved probably 12 times in the last 15 years, and everywhere I move I still have my 2 dog tags up on any room that I move to. So you can bring them with you.
Yep, you can take them with you. I had my first dog. I had my first dog's fucking rubber ducky thing. It's right in the front, buried in the front. I don't have him, but I have that in the front still to this day. This day. 10 years ago.
I posted a bunch of pictures of her, and she's wearing a purple collar. And as soon as she was fully grown, we got her that purple collar, and she wore that every single day of her life. And I still have that purple collar. Still have the first tag I ever put on there.
Purple's a good color.
Yeah, it just it's just sad. It's just, but
it's sad.
It is sad, but she was a good dog, and I will miss her. So. All right, everybody. Sorry to end on that, but I appreciate everybody and the kindness and everything like that. Joel, sorry you couldn't come in or whatever.